sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Oh yeah. If only I had my wishes come true, I would end all wars all around the world. No longer fights between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. So make believe. Oh, yeah. A little bit of hope won't hurt nobody. They keep saying I'm naive, but it seems all so real to me. If only I had my wishes come true, I would turn this world into paradise with peace and love between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah. Then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, yeah. Then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, yeah.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
She's two roots in every little thing she do. I swear it happens every time, and every time I lose my mind, she's two roots. Them a culture girl, don't see them all the time. But when them come around, you know them catch your eye. With them long hair running down to their waist. This rootsy woman come to mash up the place. Girl, you make me vex when you try to flex. Waiting forever for you to respond to my text. Girl, you make me vex when you try to flex. This rootsy woman, Lord, I don't know what to do. Hey, she's two roots in every little thing she do. I swear it happens every time, and every time I lose my mind, she's two roots. She's two roots in every little thing she do. I swear it happens every time, and every time I lose my mind, she's two roots.
My friends say I'm out of my mind and criticize my style of approaching this diamond in the rough. They're probably right in a fantasy, some state of emergency, but I just have no time to play these silly games. So give me some sweetness, some tender loving, caressing, a blessing. Give my paralysis, time and out of the randomness. Oh, but baby, don't make this easy. You're two roots, you're two roots, you're two roots.
She's two roots in every little thing she do. She's super rude. I swear it happens every time, and every time I lose my mind, she's two roots. She's two roots
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Looking out on the morning rain, I used to feel so uninspired. And when I knew I had to face another day, Lord, it made me feel so tired. Before the day I met you, life was so unkind, but you're the key to my peace of mind. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. When my soul was in the lost and found, you came along to claim it. I didn't know just what was wrong with me till your kiss helped me name it. Now I'm no longer doubtful of what I'm living for. And if I make you happy, I don't need to do no more. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. You make me feel, 'cause you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. Yeah. Looking out on the morning rain, I used to feel so uninspired. And when I knew I had to face another day, Lord, it made me feel so tired. Before the day I met you, life was so unkind, but you're the key to my peace of mind. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. Yeah.
So sinja uli die sombren zelten meg et zu te saluda antes Dio hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distanza como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko
matulognya di toru lugar Padai gloria a big islas en Padai gloria a big islas en Toru i tempo i pas Paraita Zangin i langit na bendition Contra biligo na fansa fuam Zeus proteis landmon Contra biligo na fansa fuam Zeus proteis landmon
Lots of pretty women steals your money and they break your heart. Lonesome Sue, she's in love with old Sam, taken from the fire into the frying pan. On and on, I just keep on trying, and his smile, she feels like crying. On
said, now come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody, run, run.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lonesome Jimmy sits alone in the moonlight. Saw his woman kiss another man, and he takes the ladder, takes the stars from the sky, put on Sinatra and starts to cry. On and on, I just keep on trying. And he smiles, and she feels like crying. On and on, on and on, on and on. Well, it's my first time and a last time, and it makes me feel so good. And you know it, show it. Oh baby, hold on tight, don't let her say goodbye.
I said, step, step, let the teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Step, step, let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Step, step, let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Step, step, let your teardrops fall. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da.
Well, it's my first time and the last time. Oh, it makes me feel so good. Oh, baby, you know it. Show it. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Don't let her say
Say no,
goodbye.
step, step, let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Step, step, let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Step, step, let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Step, step, let your teardrops fall. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da.
I've got the sun on my shoulders and my toes in the sand, and my woman left me for another man. Oh, but I don't worry, I just sit and relax, toss up my heart, see where it lands. On and on, I just keep on trying. And it smiles, it feels like
Good morning, Wub. Right on. Friday, woohoo, business. Oh, Friday, Friday, Friday. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning. We got a really cool shout out in comments saying hello from Arizona.
Oh, hey, Arizona. Good morning.
Also, congratulations and half a day to Jay Villagomez, who says, good morning, Joe Sir, Chris, Bree, and Jace, and viewers. I'm tuning in and watching. He's our friend from Amman, Jordan, where it's 11:07
Wow.
p.m. Jordan won silver in Taekwondo in the Olympics. So congratulations, Jay.
Way to go.
The name Jordan is always synonymous with championships.
I know, that's right. When you breathe the air out there, though, I bet it's the Air Jordan, right?
Ah.
That was a P-Core 4 joke. Hey, what's up?
What up?
What is up? We're herded. I heard you.
Wait, what sound is?
Hee-haw. Jason R. moved. He's like, jackass. Hee-haw. Hee-haw. That says something about her personality. Yeah, we reached the herd immunity. They found
Wait,
104 people.
Herd?
Huh?
Can donkeys herd? When they say a herd, what is a herd? A herd is typically
It's like a group of animals, bro.
bovine, right?
Yeah.
It's cows. Or-
I don't know. What's the difference between a herd and a flock?
pack. And a flock and a pack and
Right.
a pride
And a gang.
Uh-huh.
So they found 104 people yesterday.
I've always wanted to say this. Bree, you are such an ass.
You need more in there.
Have you guys ever seen a burro?
I can't take this anymore.
Have you guys ever seen?
It's Friday.
You
Yeah,
guys
it
ever
is.
seen like a donkey? I've seen the donkey over at Cushing Zoo.
Yeah.
That donkey is so sad.
They're cute. Oh.
No, but you walk
Yeah.
in. Huh?
Hee-haw.
Yeah. No, that was more like.
What? Do it. What? Okay. So Chris gave us his best Good Morning Guam, right?
That donkey
Now,
at that donkey at Cushing
we
Zoo.
need your best hee haw. Ready? Three.
No, dude, I just
two-
gave you like 5, so you good.
No, ready? 3, 2, 1, cue. You can't even do it now.
That donkey was at Cushing was so sad it made Eeyore seem like he's on Prozac.
Thanks for noticing me.
Hi guys, Friday. Herd immunity. Yeah, we got the 80%. Way to go, people of Guam.
Yes.
Yeah, way to go.
They said what? At around 2 p.m. yesterday, they gave the 104th person that was left remaining their
Right.
vaccination.
2:50 p.m.
250. Okay.
And then it all happened so fast after that. We got the WhatsApp message. There's going to be a press conference in a couple hours.
No, dude, it was like
Oh.
3:39 or something
Yeah.
like that. Hey, there's gonna be a press conference. Be there at 4:15.
Oh, wow. Oh, it was that late.
Okay.
Right. And so what happened?
The acting governor, public health, Dr. Mike Cruz, the acting governor announced that we had achieved herd immunity. I think we were like a couple dozen more than what we actually.
We went
needed,
over, right, just for extra.
Do it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Is that
hear
what
that
the-
all morning.
Is that what the acting governor did? He's like, we've achieved herd immunity. Hee-haw. Donkey Democrat. Hee-haw.
It'll be like really from. Well, in Olympic news, Katie Ledecky won gold again in the pool. Hee-haw. Really?
No, so yeah, we he announced that we had achieved herd immunity, but encouraged everybody to continue, to get vaccinated if you haven't. The Delta variant is out there. It's more infectious.
The
I mean,
CDC
go
just
100%,
yeah,
but
yeah.
the mask mandate is still in place. At
Yep.
midnight last night, I think almost all the restrictions were lifted.
That's right.
Except for, I think, in school settings. And the mask mandate, the social distancing, right? And the mask mandate remains in place, and we are still in PCOR 3.
That's the hee-haw. That's why Sabrina's hee-haw. You guys don't know Sabrina. She's hee-hawing because once again, the governor said that when we reach the herd immunity, we're going to go into PCOR 4. But that's not what happened.
And we are.
Hee-haw!
We got 4 hours of this. You guys better be careful.
Hee-haw! That's not what happened. Mullard.
When you guys are doing your voice work, if we do this too much this morning, when you're doing your voice work for the package tonight, Bree's gonna be like, "There is much going on Guam, with Guam still in pandemic condition of readiness level 3." Hee-haw, and that's gonna come out over TV. Everyone's gonna be, "What the hell was that?" You have to watch the link. See, miss a link, miss a lot. You missed the
I
inside
didn't
joke.
get a whole lot of sleep.
Man.
go.
Yeah, so
Hey, but you know
wait, can we just stop everything for just a second? Am I wrong though? Didn't she say that when we got the herd immunity, we were going to go into PCOR 4?
That's what I thought I heard.
That's what we were told, right? Son
Okay,
of
so we
day,
are in
these guys.
PCOR
So, when they had the press conference,
I
because it was
did.
at 4:15, and we have
Aye.
deadlines over here to try and get everything
Yeah.
on the 6 o'clock news, and I heard that we're still in PCOR 3.
Yeah.
And so I think I was messaging Nestor.
Yeah.
I was like, did he say we were in PCOR 3?
No, because I
Did he
came
say
in. I came in and I was giving Bree a hard time. I was like, Bree, we're in PCOR 4, right? And she was like, no. And I was like, yeah, we are. And she's like, no. And I made her doubt it. She was like, oh, wait, are we? I said, no, because the governor said, Auntie Lourdes said, now, if you guys go on the herd immunity of 80%, pues my PCOR 4, how?
You know, now I'm like, should I go back and look at that press release one more time?
Okay, so Link fam, when you guys are putting comments in, at least for the first hour of the show, always use the donkey emoji. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear says, you guys are all wired today. I was like, Mama
No, I
Bear,
just
there's a fine
just
line between
can't.
being wired and being out of your damn mind.
Yeah.
And we're like leaning.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be in Peak. Well, we're not in Pecor 4, but we are, though, because everything's open.
But wait, we are in peak or
Yeehaw! If you're just tuning in, we completely lost our minds. Thank you. We're taking a mental health. Yeehaw!
We're so in trouble.
Does these constant donkey references have anything to do with the fact that Chirag is coming on the show like later? They're probably loving it right now.
I'm trying to get him on. Yeah, he's so this.
Well, you heard Joe Sir's voice. Joe Sir speaks.
Yeah, this is a press release that went out by Ricky Orsini at Thursday. That's 4:13 a.m. But this is
Wait, does it say hee haw?
no. Well, this is my computer on here.
Rosemary
The live
LaGuardia in
one?
comments is saying hee haw.
That was the last press release I think I got from Outloop.
Okay, but just to be certain, right? We are still in Pecor 3 until when?
I believe it's August 30th
Until the
because
end?
that's when the state of the public health emergency declaration. That's when
Yeah,
it
it
was
says right in
The
extended
one
in
to.
that
the end
just got
here.
extended.
It says at the end, the mask mandate continues to remain in effect, and Guam continues to be in pandemic condition of readiness 3.
Okay, we gotta stop.
No, let's not stop. I could do this the whole show.
Oh boy.
Okay, and get,
So
I get
yeah,
you.
that's why we were a little confused. I mean, it's so confusing because you can't really go with what these guys say. That's the problem. Is they never learn. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna be, and I was really believing it too, Bree. They're laughing at me now. I was like, no, we're in Pecor 4 because the governor said that when we achieve the herd immunity of 80%, then that's going to trigger the lifting of all the restrictions in Pecor 4. Bree, you better check your email. I don't want to go on with the wrong information because they said, hee-haw.
okay.
Get a message from the
apologies
bosses.
to everybody who's reading the comments right now because I just put in hee haw or sorry hee haw, and I use what I apparently there's no donkey emoji. It's 4 horses.
Oh, my goodness.
I got my Chalin Peta. Does that still work?
Chalapari Hinemlu?
Yeah, the guidelines.
The
The
road to
Pecor.
recovery?
No, it has the guidelines in it. The Pecor is what they stand
Yeah.
for. This doesn't mean anything anymore, right? It's dated. Let's go. Pecor 3. What is Pecor 3?
Didn't mean anything for a while.
Let me tell you guys. Sir. Thank you, Sean Gumatauto. Sean is the kind of guy who keeps everything. You know what I mean? Me, I got to clear all this stuff. I don't
Plus,
want
he
to
just
hang-
wrapped a pretty kick-ass podcast.
Yeah,
too.
which we're going to share with you
Yeah.
guys. Okay, Pecor 3. Triggers to inform decision to move from Pecor 3 to 4. Immunity, ability to confer adequate immunity on Guam either by mass administration of an FDA-authorized SARS vaccine, if ever developed, or by the confirmation that enough herd immunity is developed via natural disease and recovery to prevent another outbreak. Yeah, well, we're there. Okay, so they just didn't mean they didn't mean that we're going to go to Pecor 4 immediate. I guess.
It's following it, right?
Guess
Just
what?
at
We
some
don't know because there's no one from Adelup around here that's going to come on and clarify stuff.
Call Kevin Bautista, please. I'll be.
Let's get Kevin Bautista.
Okay.
No, let's go get May Habib from GMH. Can you just pretend to be from Adelup so we can have some
Okay, I
kind
just
of
want to say,
presence on here?
if you guys thought that Kevin was a little bit confused when he came on the other day when they
Yeah.
were like, oh, but you set up the PowerPoint and you mean
Yeah.
the
he showed
agencies
the
like
plan
talk to
to
each
them.
other, and he was like, it took him a while to get in on the joke. If we start saying the hee haw thing when Kevin's there, he's like, what the hell is wrong with you?
He's like, man, they be smoking the good one over there. Wow, damn.
We should make a drinking game out of
Yeah.
this. Or for our friends in the States that are watching or anyone, because it's happy hour for you guys. For the rest of the morning, every time we say, hee haw,
Oh, God.
knock one back.
Every time we say hee haw, go take a shot of the vaccine.
Yeah.
Ay,
At this
Yeah.
rate, you'll be like,
Aye, a day. Hey, good morning. It's Friday.
oh, there, Rose Bennett.
I think
Rose
that's
Bennett
what stood out to me was was writing up the herd immunity a press conference as a press conference was
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on.
yeah.
And then when I heard PCOR 3, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, because actually, Bree, we had the interview with the Division of Environmental Health
Yeah.
and acting administrator yesterday. And the whole first part of our conversation was that they were working on the protocols to move us back to PCOR 4.
Mhm.
And she was like, yeah, as per the governor's executive order, the governor's executive order came out. These executive orders. And she was like, yeah, and we're just trying to make sure that our guidelines, reflect her executive order to go into PCOR 4. But I guess it's just the easing of restrictions under PCOR 3.
Okay, first of all, shout out to Rose Benevinti for
That's a pride donkey. That's cool.
for finding and they're animated gifs. It doesn't come out here, but she found the donkey emoji. Good
Nice.
job, Rose.
Good job.
Yay.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we were just having a laugh because we thought we were going to, again, be in PCOR 4, but we're not, but we are, but we're not. Everything's open, guys, 100%.
And to the Democrat Party of Guam, who we just basically gave a ton of free advertising, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Hee-haw.
Yeah, don't. I bet that's what the Democrats said when they read that release. It came out. We're going to talk about this. Senator Chris Duenas is so itchy to come on. The executive director of the Democratic Party, Mr. Chirag Bhojwani,
Hey, Shrug.
came out with this release that was in response to the Republicans. Basically, the Republicans had a release, and it wasn't anything new. They've been saying Pay the Rise Act, and this was like, why are you dancing in D.C., Governor, when they would need the Rise Act? It was basically it. And so I guess the Democrats saw it as kind of like a shots fired deal, and came out with this release that we'll talk about and read. And I asked Chirag to come on, and he was like, how about this? If I do, if I do. If I don't, I don't. And I was like, well, I'm going to tell my audience that. Well, there it is, guys. If he does, he does. If he don't, if he's on, then he's on. If he's not, then he's not. If he's on, then he's on. Then he's not. If he's not. Hee-haw! Yeah. So, good morning.
Your donkey quote is a lot more bassy, I
It's
noticed.
I can do different ones. I can do a high pitch. Is it bosses texting yet? Because I feel like we're
What's
gonna-
yours, Joe? What? That's a sickly donkey.
Yeah, that's a sick one. That one didn't get the vaccine yet.
Yeah.
It's 6:34.
Hey, can I just say though?
Yeah.
In all seriousness, the fact that we're had my reaction to us achieving herd immunity, hell yeah, good job.
Right on. Way to go, people of Guam.
That's a win. I don't, all the hee-haw aside and everything like that. That is a win for our community, man. Great job.
Your
everybody.
donkey sounds crazy, like unhinged.
Really?
Yeah. Good morning.
Donkey Unleashed.
It's
The
Friday,
musical.
July 30th.
Hee-haw.
I really hope this isn't just funny to
I
us.
don't know what gets me, the
Yeah.
way you said it or your dance moves.
The show is brought to you by Pacific
Let the record
Points.
show you started this, okay?
I know.
If we get pulled into a quote production meeting after the show,
Oh God, here
and
we go.
all four of us get our butts handed
Oh,
to us.
man.
Link up. If one of us go down, we all go down.
Yep, that's it.
At least we'll all be in hell together.
Yeah, it's brought to you by Pacific Points. At least it is now. I don't know about after. Gobble Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box. This is the link. It's Friday. All right, let's go ahead and get into the news. We got a big, huge show for you guys this morning. Just a lot going on. Tons. Daphne Shimizu, Reverend Tax Director. What about Gov Guam? I was wondering that, Bree. Just watch. Nangaha, we're wide open, 100% capacity, but watch Gov Guam be the last one to get in line. All these agents can be like, oh no, we're still looking at the protocols and reviewing it. Yeah, we're only taking an appointment. Right? Well, just watch. Watch me. We'll see. So we'll hear from Daph, who's a frequent guest on the show, whether or not, because people were asking last week when we get into PCOR 4, which we're not, but we thought we were going to be, would Gov Guam agencies just open all the way? You know what I mean? No more of this hee-haw. Just be wide open because there's no limits anymore, guys. Looks like we made it. Good job, people of Guam. Way to go. Also, Public Health, the Guam Guard, for really going out there and getting those shots in the arms, as everyone said. It seemed pretty unachievable. And I remember going back, there was a time where people were sneaking their vaccine shots, right? Remember that? Because when it first came out, they were doing it by category, but then we found out that, people who were in or connected were getting the shot out of the category.
Leftovers,
and they said, oh, no, it's Balutan. They didn't finish it, so that's why we had to give all of our cabinet the shot before the people of Guam. And so that's when people just started calling up their, hey, man, they're giving the shot to everybody? Oh, come on down.
You have leftovers?
It's the people's vaccine. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and then it just got wide open because we got more vaccines, and here we are at 80% herd immunity. Good job, people of Guam. Yeah. It's 6:37. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sponsored by Pacific Points. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Hafa, everybody. It is a popular local and tourist attraction, but the Marbo Cave area is now the focus of separate investigations being conducted by the Guam Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Public Works. As KUAM first reported on Tuesday, Guam EPA conducted a recent inspection of stormwater runoff from a solar farm project in the area. This led to a second inspection by Guam EPA and DPW on Wednesday. By Thursday afternoon, a notice of violation was issued. With more, here's Tyler Matanani.
Here's the before, and now after. Marble Cave's crystal clear fresh water, muddied with sediment and stormwater runoff from a nearby solar farm under construction.
It's in bad shape.
According to Guam EPA spokesperson Nick Lee, inspectors conducted a second site visit to the Marble area on Wednesday. The first inspection was conducted last Friday, but primarily focused on the stormwater runoff that blocked access to private landowners' properties in the area. The second inspection revealed the damage had extended to one of Guam's most historic and popularly visited attractions.
The environmental monitoring team, which consisted of the program administrator and one of the biologists, did a site inspection of the cave area and observed that there was a significant amount of sediment that had been deposited into the area. The pathway that most folks would normally take to access the cave has been obliterated, and that could be attributed to the influx of stormwater that could be associated with the project after the heavy rainfall we've been receiving over the last several days.
The environmental damage is also under investigation by the Department of Public Works, which also gave their required approvals and permits for the solar farm project. DPW Deputy Director Linda Ibanez.
The contractor did provide a plan, a design to contain their water in that area. So it was approved. It's designed properly. So we're looking into that. So building inspectors are out there doing their assessments.
Guam EPA also reviewed their plans, but they also reviewed the photos, videos, and conducted their own assessments. KUAM also inspected the erosion and sent up a drone to give you an aerial view of the damage.
It's obvious that this is egregiously in violation of our regulations. It also sends the wrong message to responsible contractors who manage their projects responsibly. You have a plan that you submit to the agency. It goes through review. You stick to that plan. It's as simple as that.
According to Lee, the contractor's plans were to include multiple ponding basins which would catch the stormwater runoff.
Some of them were either incomplete or not constructed at all. It is completely irresponsible. It is a disservice to the community when. And here's the ironic part. Your project is to look into sustainable energy, and you don't take the time and you don't honor the spirit of the project when you're causing damage that could have otherwise been avoided.
Late Thursday afternoon, Guam EPA issued a notice of violation to the solar farm contractor Samsung E&C America Inc. The company was cited for failing to follow their erosion and sediment control plan that was approved by the agency. Although Guam EPA issued a proposed penalty order of $10,000 a day per violation spanning over 368 days and totaling over $18.4 million, Guam law only allows a maximum penalty amount of $125,000. The company must come into compliance within the deadline cited in the NOV. It also has the right to appeal within 30 days. Guam EPA also ordered the contract to be on standby to receive and implement additional orders directed toward the cleanup and restoration of off-site properties and resources damaged by discharge of runoff and sediment from the solar farm site. Meanwhile, the Guam Power Authority confirms the solar farm project is part of their contract with the Korea Electric Power Company. KEPCO is constructing the 60-megawatt photovoltaic solar farm, which is scheduled for completion in early 2022. According to GPA, as of June 25th, almost 150,000 solar panels have been installed. The KEPCO contract cost is $200 million over a 25-year period. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
When you're causing damage that could have otherwise been...
With more news, here is Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link. It may have been a few days off the targeted deadline, but just before 4:30 Thursday afternoon, Acting Governor Joshua Tenorio announced that Guam has met the goal of Operation Liberate Guam. He made the announcement during a press conference at the vaccination clinic at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse.
It's been a battle that has claimed the lives of 143 Guamanians, infected more than 8,500 people on island, but today finally something to celebrate.
I am proud to announce that today we have reached our 80% full vaccination rate, making Operation Liberate Guam a great success.
Since December, thousands lined up to include our elderly and children to fight off COVID. But with even the more infectious Delta variant, the war is not over.
Every shot administered in the arms of Guam's people has served as a shield, defending our community from this deadly virus. And we continue to encourage every eligible individual who has not received their shots to get vaccinated.
According to Public Health, Guam reached its goal of achieving an 80% adult vaccination rate just after 2 o'clock Thursday afternoon. This now means that at midnight, social gatherings and social distancing restrictions will be lifted except in school settings. One thing that will remain in place is a mask mandate. Guam, in the meantime, remains in PCOR 3 and under a state of emergency until August 30th. Although the vaccination clinic at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse will close on Saturday, Public Health will continue to host other clinics around the island. Adaloop's Chief Medical Advisor, Dr. Mike Cruz, encourages the community to hold the line.
It is now stated that we're now seeing a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And so we still have a significant number of people that should come in and get the vaccination.
The new goal is achieving a 100% vaccination rate.
No one showed up to testify on yet another bill to facilitate the RISE Act payments. Senators have been trying to fast-track a pair of measures to get them on Monday's legislative session. But despite all the rush, lawmakers Thursday seemed resigned to the idea that at the end of the day, it's all still up to the governor to make the payments happen.
The measure by Speaker Therese Terlahi and co-sponsored by Senators Jim Moylan and Joe San Agustin would do things such as lift the cap on the RISE payments so that everyone eligible can get paid and streamline the application process by providing Rev and Tax with more flexibility. But despite all their efforts, several of them acknowledge that the governor could literally resolve it all with the stroke of a pen.
Let's be realistic about what we're talking about here. It is correct. This legislature actually doesn't have to do anything, Mr. Chairman. If the governor would simply amend her executive order and move forward with the true intentions of the original RISE Act.
We can revise this many different ways and amend it and go on and on about it, but nevertheless, I think the main issue, if the governor continues to say she has the authority, these are federal funds that are provided to her on behalf of the people of Guam, then by all means move forward and address payment and help facilitate this money to the people that are most needy.
If we introduce a bill, we pass a law, and you can make the amendment by executive order, you can pretty much change everything. If you have the authority, then do so. And then, in the words of Senator Brown, we need to pay it out, then pay it out. Either you're in it to win it, or you're not in it at all.
The bill heard today and another one heard yesterday to amend the RISE Act are now able to be placed on the agenda for Monday's legislative session.
When completed, it will be the tallest structure in Guam and feature a twin tower design. Planning is underway for the newest hotel in Tumon to be located at the site of the long-abandoned Royal Palm. The property is now owned by Han Hui Guam, a subsidiary of the Taiwan-based Hongwell Group. Architect Brent Weiss discussed the project during a presentation Thursday for the Rotary Club. He talks about the twin tower design.
We played with different ways to put the towers and sizes and shapes and all that. And then the design architects out of Chicago, GP, and great guys. And so they came back and said, well, why don't we make it one building with the two towers separate? And then we'll do these penetrations through the building. So we still get view and light through. So we're not just one big wall against the ocean. And then that way it frees up the sites to do the bigger water park.
The hotel is still in the very early stages of development. Weiss says there's no construction timeline yet, and the owners have yet to decide on a name for the property. The fight to extend supplemental security income benefits to Guam was taken to Congress. Attorney Ronnie Jacob testified Thursday at a House budget hearing on social assistance programs for the territories. Jacob represents a family who's been directly impacted by the lack of SSI here. He told the story of twin sisters Katrina and Leslie, who suffer from a degenerative muscle disease. Katrina's medical needs require her to live with her sister Kim for Gerger in Guam, but her SSI benefits were terminated. What's even more heartbreaking, says Jacob, is that Katrina's been separated for more than a dozen years now from her twin Leslie, who's in assisted living in the States.
The dream is to see each other once again. But because Guam's now part of the U.S. for purposes of SSI, Leslie will lose her benefits if she travels to Guam for more than 30 days. She is physically incapable of that trip of such a short duration. It's contrary to common sense, human decency, and sound public policy to deny these important public benefits to American citizens just because they live on Guam. But what is true is that the harm on Guam is real, it's not hypothetical.
Jacob won a federal court decision as Chief Judge Francis Tidinko Gatewood ruled that Katrina's denial violated the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause. She found that there's no rational basis to treat Guam differently from the CNMI, which is included in the SSI program. But Jacob says the federal government has appealed the case. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Guam may have achieved 80% adult herd immunity, but the fight against COVID-19 continues. According to the latest update from the Joint Information Center, the island recorded 7 new cases of COVID-19 out of 358 tests performed on the 28th. To date, there have been a total of 8,529 officially reported cases of COVID, 143 deaths, 59 cases are active, and 8,327 island residents have recovered. A total of 4 people are hospitalized. Additionally, the Guam Department of Education confirmed an employee assigned to John F. Kennedy High School tested positive. The CAR score is 0.3. Island residents are urged to continue to hold the line and get vaccinated. Clinics are scheduled today at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and at the Public Health Northern Regional Community Health Center from 1 o'clock to 4 p.m. The CDC has come out with new mask guidance as the Delta variant of the coronavirus is spreading quickly in many areas of the country. Skylar Henry reports.
CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says new data shows even vaccinated people could end up being a threat to others.
If you are vaccinated and you are one of those rare breakthrough infections, you actually have the capacity to pass it to somebody else.
Dr. Walensky said that's one of the reasons the CDC has changed its mask-wearing guidance. The agency now says even people who are vaccinated should wear masks indoors in areas of high COVID transmission. That applies to more than 63% of all counties in America. Dr. Walensky says because the majority of school kids aren't yet vaccinated, the CDC is also recommending all students, teachers, and staff in grades K through 12 wear masks.
We don't have vaccines available yet for children on 11 and younger. And our children who are 12 to 17, only about 30% of them so far going into the school year have been vaccinated.
The House of Representatives is following the new guidance requiring masks indoors, and vaccine mandates could be on the way for more than 2 million federal workers. The White House is finalizing an order that federal workers and contractors will soon be required to confirm they are either vaccinated or get tested regularly.
That's under consideration right now, but if you're not vaccinated, you're not nearly as smart as I thought you were.
The Department of Veteran Affairs announced Monday that it is giving its frontline healthcare workers 2 months to be fully vaccinated. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
In regional news, the CNMI government is coordinating efforts to evacuate 14 residents that live in Pagan after reports of tremors and volcanic smoke yesterday afternoon. 2 boats have since been deployed. In the meantime, the Alaska Volcano Observatory has placed Pagan in the yellow level of concern. Now, this means that the volcano is restless, seismic activity is elevated, potential for eruptive activity is increased. A plume of gas and steam may rise several thousand feet above the volcano, which may contain minor amounts of ash. Again, 2 boats have been deployed to evacuate the 14 residents that are in Pagan. And that's your news. We'll have more on the link after the break.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofo and Inilohan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Ladi, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheLadi.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Headed down south.
All right, welcome back to the link. Good morning. It's Friday, 7 o'clock. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Big, huge show for you guys this morning. We're getting Bernie Guinness, the DOA deputy. Catch up on, there's unclaimed stimulus checks out there. Deputy Shimizu, Reverend Tax Director, the status of the RISE Act application, and, well, just the status of everything to do with the RISE and the All Rise. We're also getting Dr. Anita Bor Enriquez, Senior VP of the University of Guam, as they announced that they're giving out direct assistance. Look at that. Direct federal assistance for students.
From ARPA or what?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. As we are in PCOR 3, guys, but the restrictions have been lifted. 100% capacity. You can basically do whatever. You can go and lick someone's face. I mean, I don't know if that's legal.
Mask mandates still in place.
But you got to do it wearing a mask, right? So
social distancing
out the window,
except for in schools.
Right, correct. So there you go, guys. It's on you. You know what I mean? The people of Guam, we got each other this far, so just use your judgment. There is that Delta variant. There seems to be some real uncertainty about how safe we are as vaccinated individuals. So Like Jason said this morning, he's like, "Oh, I'm still wearing my mask. I'm not going to go anywhere," because they just waffled so much on whether or not vaccinated people can even get it, catch it, pass it. So you can get it, you can die of it, you can be hospitalized, and if you have it, you can give it to other people if you're vaccinated. Okay? It's 7 o'clock. We're KUAM FM. I got any Guam, the breeze. So there's a back and forth with the Republican Party of Guam and the Democratic Party of Guam, and it's relative to this whole issue with the American Rescue Plan and the RISE Act. But the last release from the Republicans, a little more pointed than the ones they had put out in the past. We did verify it was a real Republican Party of Guam release. Bree, you have that one?
I do.
Okay, let's go.
All right, so this is the press release. We're going to read this one first. Right? It has been more than 7 months since the RISE Act lapsed into law, and since then, all we've heard from Governor Lulian Guerrero's administration are hundreds of excuses on why recipients are not seeing their benefit checks. Some days she claims she's the almighty one who can dictate how federal dollars can be spent, and on other days she states that the RISE Act is a public law set by the Guam legislature, and she has no say over it. Now she claims she is still waiting for federal guidelines on how to spend the monies from the American Rescue Plan. Pretty odd that this Democrat governor is waiting for clearance from the administration of a Democrat president, while the Republican governor in the CNMI has already issued a plan on when his residents will receive their local stimulus program using the same federal relief program's dollars. A tribal government has also announced since May of this year that members of their tribe will also be attaining stimulus checks courtesy of the ARP. Sounds as if the governor is just making another excuse, or maybe she just does not want to pay the proceeds of the program. Or is it because she has no real plan in place? The administration used federal monies to purchase 4 vehicles, which along with $40,000 cash, also part of the federal funds, were used as prizes for their vaccination drive raffle program. This is also the same administration which is using federal funds to issue tourists $500 debit cards. Wait, didn't she say that she was waiting for federal spending guidelines? Yet they hesitate to support island residents by paying out the RISE Act benefits. Prior to her trip to the mainland, Governor Leon Guerrero stated that addressing the RISE Act was not an emergency issue. I guess while she and members of her administration danced away in D.C. on the taxpayers' dime, cue the video, referring to a video which has been circulating of the governor and the former congressman dancing and celebrating at some party in the nation's capital a few days ago, she fails to understand what so many families are enduring at this time, which includes the realities that for some residents not being able to pay their bills or place food on their dinner tables are an emergency. Governor, you need to relate to what struggling families face every day. Therefore, we simply ask that you pay the benefits of the RISE Act immediately. And that is the press release from the Republican Party of Guam.
And as you can see, there's this video that the Republicans were referring to here. I think they put it up on the governor's Facebook, but it was eventually taken down. I'm not sure if it was because of the music, it's the Cupid Shuffle. Okay, so I don't know if it was like a copyright thing, or maybe they just realized that maybe it wasn't a good read of the room. And they weren't wearing their masks either, which is pretty crazy given all that Delta variant stuff out there. I mean, is it a crime to dance? No. Is it a little tone deaf with all this RISE Act stuff that's going on? Probably, yeah, but I could just see the governor's people saying, it makes her relatable. Yeah, put that up there. So that's that. But the Democratic Party of Guam did come out with a release. Boy, did they ever come out with a release. And as I said, that Republican one was pretty pointed, but the Democrats, through Executive Director Chirag Bhojwani, released this. This was a burner. Please find the following statement from the Democratic Party of Guam's Executive Director, Mr. Chirag Bhojwani. The definition of irony is that the Republican Party of Guam has repeatedly and historically opposed unemployment insurance on Guam, but now is shocked that we have no local safety net for the poor and struggling. Only one Republican senator has had the foresight to join Democrats and co-sponsor the RISE Act upon its introduction. Others sat quietly until the bill received overwhelming popular support. Now, the same Republicans who simply showed up to dinner are pretending they spent all day preparing the meal, and that's more than lazy. It just isn't so. The All Rise program is being implemented, and our people will be paid, and we will do it without risking millions of dollars in repayment. Federal entities called out the illegal financial practices of the prior Republican administration, and we won't go back to their way of doing business. Republicans want to spend federal money before the federal guidelines are in place. It's irresponsible to spend federal money before the final guidelines are in place, and Republicans know it. We won't jeopardize livelihoods, public safety, and other critical government services just so we can make headlines. The Democratic legislature, led by Senator Regine Bisco-Lee and Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes and 6 other Democrats, created the RISE Act. Jim Moylan didn't introduce the RISE Act. Democrats did. Jim Moylan didn't even co-sponsor it. Democrats did. Jim Moylan didn't vote in support of the RISE Act in legislative committee, and now he wants to be its savior. The GOP is so busy stealing credit for Senator Regine Bisco-Lee's idea, she's probably the victim of identity theft. While the GOP continues to put out press releases to make headlines, Democrats continue to advance the needs of our people. See below for a list of direct relief aid to individuals and families to date in accordance with federal guidelines. And then there's a whole list of the $2.2 million Guam Emergency Rental and Mortgage Relief Assistance, which they couldn't give out because no one qualified. $1.2 million COVID Bereavement Assistance Fund, $16 million Programa Salapia Duri Tautau Para Empanada, $757.1 Pandemic Unemployment Assistance. How do you take credit for that? $150 million in EIP 1, EIP 2, EIP 3, $30.4 million SNAPs. These are all federal things. 440,000 food commodities distributed by Temporary Food Assistance Program. Yeah. Anyway, so you get the point. Well, it's pretty snarky right there. And it was so different from what we hear from the Democratic Party chair, Sarah Thomas Nettydog, who had said that she wanted to kind of work together with the Democrats. Well, that was fun. Nice try. Let's bring on Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas for a reacts to this release. You know, full disclosure, we asked Chirag to come on, but, well, he's not coming on, doesn't look like. Which, you know, I don't know. He's just brave in the press release, apparently. Senator Duenas, good morning.
Day, good morning, Chris and Bree and Jason. Wow, where do we start, huh? You know, first of all, I want to congratulate the people of Guam. They are the ones who did the hard work. They are the ones who took the vaccination that President Trump, under Operation Warp Speed, made sure would be available to our people. And we've achieved this 80%, so congratulations. Don't let any governor, any senator, any mayor, anyone take credit for what you did. Congratulations to the people of Guam. You know, I'm surprised that the Democratic Party of Guam allowed Chirag to put his fingers to the keyboard and put out that release. I'm not sure what party he's talking about, because last time I checked, it's Congressman Mike San Nicolas who has chided this administration and basically told them that they have not been transparent with the ARP funding and the funding plan going forward. He actually fully supports what the legislature is doing. The last I checked, the bill that we heard yesterday was introduced by none other than Speaker Therese Terlahi, a very prominent and good speaker who I love working with, but she's very Democrat to the core. It was co-sponsored by the finance chair, Joe San Augustine, and the good Senator Jim Moylan. Yes, that Jim Moylan. And so as we go through this, I just really am so surprised because, you know, Chirag is a pretty sharp guy, and I know he knows his civics. The fact of the matter is we don't have a RISE Act bill anymore, or law anymore. We have All Rise for Lou Leon Guerrero, our governor. That's what we have. When the chief executive of the island, under her full control of $600+ million, puts pen to paper on an executive order, the law no longer exists. The only reason why the legislature, led by Republicans and Democrats, are trying to fix the mess the governor has gotten us in is because she continues to complain that it is the law that prohibits her from raising the cap above $30 million, and it is the law that has created this onerous application process. Now, thank God the acting governor, Lieutenant Governor Tenorio, at least stopped having our people go out there and stand in the hot sun for 6 and 7 hours sometimes to get a mayor's verification. Thank you, acting governor, in order to be able to help facilitate this process. But let's be clear, the governor's office has full and complete control of this process. We don't even need to pass these bills. The reason why we're doing it is because we want to make sure the governor understands that there is no public law currently that exists that restricts her authority, simply put.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where else to go with this, Senator, because, I mean, it is what it is.
And what I find interesting as well is, you know, Chirag talks about, you know, the fact that the Republicans have never been on board with a issue of making sure that we have unemployment insurance. We are in our 3rd year right now of full Democrat control. Our Democrat congressman, our Democrat governor, our Democrat majority in the legislature. Not one bill has been introduced. Not one bill has been introduced. None of us have been asked to co-sponsor a Democrat bill to stand up a program for unemployment insurance. The last I remember was the governor during her speech in March was the one who said she was going to go to Washington, D.C. and line dance with her friends and make sure that she asked to get federal dollars to make sure that we can, stand up a program for unemployment insurance. That has not come to fruition as far as I know. And so to put that on the Republicans, I think is disingenuous as well.
Yeah, I mean, this release was just all kinds of messy.
But, you know, look, we want to work with the governor. You know, we at the legislature, I think, have tried everything that we can to be transparent, to put our plan on the table, to move things forward, to remove any impediments that might exist to try to get these funds in the hands of our people. I'm actually sick and tired of talking about it because the truth is we should just pay the people and get on with the business, right? I mean, you had Kevin Bautista, you know, the communications director in Sinamay. It was very clear that, you know, it's not difficult whatsoever for them to put out their stimulus plan, to spend the money that they, you know, need to spend to try to help their people. This whole thing about guidelines and the like, I mean, it's just smoke and mirrors. There's no question that during the other funding that came in under the CARES Act, it was very clear. If you're going to use funds to help your people, if you're going to use funds to make sure that your people have what they need to be able to try to continue to survive during this pandemic, that is an authorized expenditure. And so I think it's already, you know, the people of Guam, I'm sure, are absolutely tired, sick and tired of hearing those excuses. And I hope we just move forward. I honestly don't even want to have to pass these bills next week. You know, but if we have to, we have to continue to let the governor know that the legislature has not put any stumbling blocks in front of her to be able to just do what she needs to do.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about, Sabrina and I were talking about this during the break yesterday, but I mean, and I said these bills, it's just going to, the governor's going to say, oh, well, now they're going to mess up the whole process. I don't know. But, I mean, they're just following the governor's lead. The governor said, oh, $30 million is the cap. I have to follow the law. Can't change it. So they introduced a bill to adjust that. And then,
you know what?
She says
can
that
do what she wants,
she can
though.
do what
I mean,
she
it's
change it with an executive order.
know.
So I don't understand. I mean, you guys go and pass a law. She could just go and change it with the executive. It's confusing.
And you don't even have to have an executive order because the acting governor just said, hey, remove that.
No more
mayor-
mayor's verification.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
And that wasn't
Yeah,
in
we're
it.
done with that. Don't bother with the mayor. You know what's interesting is, you know, the good Senator Jim Moylan, myself, and Tony Yada, we introduced 6 bills, the Get Guam Moving initiatives, And this was on the eve of the $600 million coming in, and we were anticipating that, right? Well, I guess a couple of days ago we got to hear Bill 75, which tries to raise the RISE Act to 1,000 per individual and 2,000 per joint filers. But there's another program that the governor saw fit that we introduced in the bill form to see through that. She understood that the Republicans were really on it, and Senator Moylan was on it, and that is this subsidized employment. The difference is the governor only puts out subsidized employment through Department of Labor for 3 months. Our bill goes for a whole year. We want to see if we can get folks back into the workforce, but we want to help businesses as well by subsidizing an employee or employees in companies for an entire year, and hopefully those companies will retain those employees going forward. Help the businesses, help the people, get the money out there in the community. The governor thought that was such a great idea, she actually implemented a Department of Labor now through subsidized employment. There's 4 other bills, we'll ask Joe San Agustin to please have public hearings for, or maybe the governor would just see that those programs are so wise, she'll just continue to implement them. But these are things that, Senator Moylan and several Republicans have introduced, and, work with us. We got bills in place to get this economy going. We've got bills to get our island moving. Just work with us.
I just had one quick question because September is coming up in about a month or so, right? So is there any discussions about the minimum wage? Because I think it's supposed to go into effect, right, in September.
Yeah.
That will go into effect, Bree, and I think it's the right thing to do. When the businesses came to us early on, especially because of the pandemic, they have been asking us, can we please reduce the BPT back to 4%? Many businesses said to me, if you just give us the 4%, we a long time ago, we could have, we can absorb this, this issue with regard to the minimum wage. It's the 5% that's really killing a lot of businesses. And so now we have all of these representations from the administration that we're tracking, we're actually tracking a surplus now, once again, and the like, but yet we do nothing to reduce the BPT. We've got this $65 million now in EITC, which the BPT really represented about $60 million in terms of the 1%, right? We've got this, child tax credit coming now that is going to really help our people and help our government. We have relief when it comes to Medicaid matching. We've got so much relief coming to the government, but yes, there's a possibility of the fiscal cliff in September. But I believe that the raising of the minimum wage is the right thing. I just hope we can do some more things to help our businesses so they can continue to absorb this and take care of our people.
Senator, do you expect the 2 RISE bills to be on the agenda Monday, and do you think they'll be passed?
I certainly do. They're not complicated bills. I mean, they're really just carryover. It's interesting hearing your clip the other day with the good Senator Lee saying, check our privilege, right? I mean, this thing really is just to facilitate this process. It's unfortunate we have to do it. I wish the governor would just come out and say, okay, guys, I've heard you. All the amendments that you proposed in these bills, I'll just go ahead and amend my executive order and just handle it at that level. But if we don't get that kind of communication, Chris and Bree and Jason, I could tell you that those bills will be put on the agenda and they will pass.
Well, Senator, we got to run, but thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Hey, Sadus Masi, and to the people of Guam, have a great weekend. The sun is shining right now. It might be a little rainy this weekend, but be safe and thanks a lot. God bless, guys.
Okay.
Take
right
care.
on. I did a whole thing at the end of the show, and this latest Democratic Party release. To me, you have the Democratic Party through Executive Director Chirag Bhojwani doing Adaloop's job. Adaloop should be communicating these points because we don't hear anything from them on these very contentious issues. It's 7:20. We're going to go ahead and play this clip here as we're getting ready to jump into this Marble Cave conversation with the Micronesia Climate Change Association and also Farron Tyron, who's quickly becoming a citizen journalist. Jay, which one is it here?
It's Farron B-roll.
Farron B-roll. Okay, and we'll go ahead and get Farron on. Farron, you there? Good morning.
off today. Good morning.
Okay, now my computer's frozen. Hi. Yeah, just talk for a little bit. So my computer.
Tell us about this video we're about to watch, because I understand that you actually went down to Marbo Cave.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris, for sending me pictures yesterday. You were the first to do so, actually. So I'm like, wow, that's pretty significant. So I had just been there a few weeks ago, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing in the pictures. I wanted to go see for myself. I was also kind of skeptical that anyone would dare to take the plunge and actually jump in the water and see what it looks like underwater. In my travels and in my kind of even just mini adventures here on Guam, I've done or just been through some kind of gross things. So I'm like, it ain't nothing I haven't done before. So I'll just go have a look. I'm all smiles about it now, but yeah, just being in there was surreal. I just wanted to see for myself and also just share with people what I was able to see. There's plenty of pictures and videos from on top of the boulders and stuff, but I didn't quite see anything like underwater, and that's really what I'm concerned about. There's freshwater species that live in there. There's for the first time I saw fish yesterday, but I've seen eel asui and I've seen a shrimp in there, and I just wonder if they're going to be okay. Hopefully they can escape through some cracks to go somewhere else. I don't know. But yeah, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I've been going there like basically my entire adult life, and it's always been these crystal clear waters. It's just really, really sad. We'll see when the video gets
we're going to go
started.
and play this video here. Again, this is Farron Tyron's footage from Marbo Cave yesterday.
Headed down to Marbo Cave. It's Thursday, the July 29th. I was here a few weeks ago. Wasn't quite this muddy back then. So I guess the mudslide came right on top of this rock. And on the surface, there's just some sediment, but it's not covering the entire top. Marbo Cave now has a layer of nastiness floating on the surface, as well as several inches deep of muck in the bottom. And I really hope that the freshwater fish, eel, and shrimp in there are going to be okay. I don't know. Hopefully they can escape to the ocean or go somewhere else. That line is filled up to here with mud and nastiness. Hi everybody. This is Marbo Cave just a month ago. You can see it's nice and clear. No mud staining the walls, no mud staining underneath. It's mostly just this nice white limestone like you'd expect in there. There are some like smudges and stains it looks like, but nothing significant. It's mostly this nice white color like you would expect and how it's always been. You'll also notice there's no particles floating in the middle of the water like rushing toward the camera. You also don't see this layer of muck covering everything. It's just a nice, pleasant color, crystal clear water. You can see it gets down to 20-some feet deep on the other side. Here you can clearly see the ceiling inside the cave from underwater. That's how clear this is and how we're used to it. Now it's all smudged up and partially buried underwater. I hope this can get fixed fast. Flash floods are nothing new. Go down south and it's just a normal thing. Although I wonder if it was always this way. You ever notice a lot of floods seem to happen where water can't flow under bridges fast enough? Anyway, have you ever thought about what flash floods are like in the ocean? One day I went diving and it was a beautiful clear day like this, and then all of a sudden a hard squall came through with raindrops like the size of grapes. Within a few minutes, a wall of dark brown murk came charging at us. And that's all just erosion. All that dirt from the hills came washing down rivers and out onto the reef. The visibility dropped to zero and we had to carefully feel our way back in. Lucky we didn't get sick. What do you think are the main causes of erosion on Guam? How many plants are there today?
2,000.
2,000?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Half a day and welcome to the Esgotau Restoration Site in Molesso.
Guam is not supposed to look like this. It's not supposed to be all this red dirt.
Badlands are areas of such poor soil health, even grass doesn't grow. But anyway, tropical islands are supposed to be mostly jungle with some patches of grass, and not the other way around. Almost 300 volunteers came out today for Guam Forestry's first tree planting event of the season.
From Guam EPA that they had said that the trail leading down to Marble Cave was obliterated. Is that accurate? What did you make of that, and what was your observation heading down to the cave?
Yeah, I'd say about half of the, it had some nice steps going down. I'd say about half of that is gone. So there's a little area to the right that was kind of just scoured out. It's kind of hard to see because some of the pictures are a little close, and one of the ones that are circulating. But half of those ones going down are just gone. They're just washed down, and there's like a chasm there that you very easy fall into. So you have to going down, I kind of skirted to the left and kind of take a giant stride over to bridge this gap, and then make my way down, grabbing onto the roots. That's probably a new tree, so I asked permission, but you have to go around, so it's a lot harder to get down too if you don't have like great mobility. And the boulders, you can see the boulders that did make up the step was kind of lined up on the concrete platform that's down there. So this is just truly sad.
Yeah. Let's get MCCA on in here. We have Moneka Dioro and Michelle Vocalo of Micronesia Climate Change Alliance. Good morning, ladies.
Half a day. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason, and everyone else on the.
You know
Hi,
what?
Farron.
What is so frustrating for me is when you read the notice of violation, right? So they didn't follow, this company, Samsung, didn't follow the rules. I mean, their plan that was approved by Guam EPA. And then on top of it, Guam EPA was, gosh, this is so frustrating, $10,000 per day per violation, right? For 368 days, which equates to $18 million in proposed penalties, but the law only allows for them the maximum of $125,000.
Right. Moneka is also an EPA board member.
Yeah, I know.
Right, yeah. So we'll go with you first, Moneka. Just your reaction to this whole thing, and maybe a little something on the NOV too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a former Manila resident, and I grew up going to Marble Cave. I've taken my own child to Marble Cave since he was a baby, and my nieces and nephews over the years. So I've spent so much time down there, and my son's family is actually some of the original landowners that bought this 4 or 5 years ago down in Susseton Valley. They bought this farm. So, and then seeing the farm last year, and then over Easter, just recently, just going down there with some of the elders and having them in tears. It was just so devastating to witness the change throughout the years, and then seeing this environmental degradation yesterday. And as we have our EPA board meeting next week, Friday, and it's just going to be really interesting to get more information from the officials and more from the report. And it really is sad that that the fine can't be levied to its maximum extent.
Michelle, your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just reading an article from 2017, and even though Guam Power Authority really had no say over the site location, they really supported it, and they touted the project as culturally and environmentally sensitive, and they said that the contractor will have to adhere to strict building standards and be very respectful of using the natural contours of the land. And GPA also said that the proposed area is a location they support and agree is ideal. So it's just really disheartening. MCCA has been speaking out against this contractor and against the solar farm and the $600 million power plant since 2019. So it's just devastating to watch this all go down, and then to see the pictures of Marbo Caves was just shocking yesterday.
Farron, you were one of the few, regular people on the scene yesterday, and I think I saw on your social media that there was some type of cleanup going on down there. Can you tell us something about that?
Yeah, there was a handful of guys. It looks like they're using shovels to kind of guide like some of the flotsam and just floating stuff on the surface over toward the platform, and then trying to scoop it out with buckets. They had a couple mounds of sediment and stuff that they scooped out, but so far it was just like scooping things literally just off the surface. So nothing that I saw yesterday in the less than an hour I was there showed that any effort was being made yet to get anything off of the bottom. So again, we had those inches, maybe almost a foot deep of that muck on the bottom, and that so far doesn't look like it was touched, or at least not at the time. I don't know what that's going to look like if or when a cleanup effort will be made. Like as you saw in the video, I was able to scoop some up with my bare hands, so I don't know if that might be something they'll try, or if that's going to make it worse, because it's just going to keep all that stuff suspended in mid-water. But so far, all I saw yesterday, in the less than an hour that I was there, was just them trying to scoop stuff off of the surface.
Wanyaka, what I was hearing yesterday from a lot of people is that they were talking about how ironic this was, that a project like a solar farm, which, I mean, I guess the pure intent of solar power is to, make us more sustainable. But here you have this instance where something like that actually ends up causing so much environmental damage. And I know that because of the limitations in the law, we're not going to be able to slap this company across the face as hard as we'd like to. That being said, how do we prevent this from happening again? Because these measures that were supposed to be in place, they're like the most basic measures. And we see a lot of NOVs with Guam EPA are because these soil and erosion and flood control mitigation practices aren't put in place.
Yeah, I think that we have to be, as a community, especially around rainy season, a lot more vigilant at being able to call companies out and being active citizens. EPA is very strapped for their manpower and those who do inspections. There's maybe just like 4 or 5 of them, and they have the entire island to have to respond to. So if we do see something, we have to say something. And another thing that MCCA has been trying to really push on island is rooftop solar. Solar farms are not the way to go. They're not the most feasible for our islands. We've seen solar farms are a lot more vulnerable to storms. We were really trying to push around this time last year, getting the schools to have rooftop solar. And there's so many schools, they have really great access to the sun, and they're a concrete structure, and we wouldn't have to be tearing down acres and acres of forest to have renewable energy. We have so much rooftop over the rooftops that could take that load and protect undeveloped land instead of clearing lands for farms. And that really also helps spread the benefits of solar energy to more people and help spread the grid. So we really want to keep seeing more policies around community-based solar and more access to solar that doesn't concentrate the grid and doesn't concentrate the wealth or centralize the grid. Michelle has a lot more information on that too.
Yeah, I mean, I completely echo everything that Maneka said. We're really working hard to raise awareness on energy democracy, which is a political and social cultural concept that merges our energy system with strengthening democracy, because as of now, like Maneka said, all the energy and wealth is put into one spot, which is overseen by utility companies and then corporations like this contractor. And during Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico had massive solar farms, and all of their panels were virtually destroyed. So it's really, solar farms do not provide energy independence, security, and they just kind of keep people stuck to the grid. And so, yeah, we really want to introduce more concepts like community solar, encouraging more people to get rooftop solar, and the equitable distribution of renewable energy, because solar farms are totally opposite of that.
Wow, thank you for that info. Go ahead, Monica.
And last year, I remember when they were having that bill introduced for rooftop solar in the schools, GPA came out totally against it, was lobbying hard against it because it would mean a loss of revenue up to $10 million, and that would and they pushed it back on the ratepayers, that we would have to pay that loss of revenue and the rates would go up. But no matter what, the rates always go up. Even if we're pushing renewable energy, the rates are still going up.
Farron, thank you so much. Guys, I really got to run because we got Daphne Shimizu, Reverend Tax, but definitely, Monica, thanks for reaching out. It was good to have you on, and as a board member and just as the Alliance moves forward on this issue, keep in touch, okay? Because I know it's Friday, we got the weekend coming up, and this thing has just happened so fast. I'm curious about what kind of conversations you guys will be having with Guam EPA. And Farron, on your end, thank you, my citizen journalist friend.
Thanks for having me on.
Right on. Monica, thank you. Michelle, appreciate it. Esther, there you go. Wow, some pretty interesting takes on the solar farm. I mean, we had some great drone footage that played in the story yesterday. And if you see that drone footage, I mean, it is pretty much barren earth. Nothing but that red dirt. And, you know, that red dirt can only hold so much. That's why that those erosion and flood control measures are so important. It's 7:37. Let's just keep it going here in the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have from Reverend Tax, the director, Daphne Shimizu. No pressure, Daph, but wow, I mean, when the governor, and obviously Reverend Tax is the agency that would handle the RISE Act implementation, but they kind of heaped it all on your plate, and I know that it's definitely been challenging, but if we could just start there, Daph. I know that you had come on this show, I want to say a couple weeks ago, and had set for yourself and your department an end of the month deadline to get the RISE application up and running, but we're not going to meet that, are we?
So, you know, of course, we were really hopeful that we would have the RISE Act applications available. Unfortunately, we don't have it available at this time, and it's been quite challenging. And I mentioned to you, Chris, that we did have some concerns, items that we had to, some obstacles, I suppose, with the language of the law and rules and regs that we had to overcome. Last week, we did have a brief call with the AG's office with regards to the RISE Act and the implementation of the All RISE EO. Yesterday, we met with the AG's office for like 2 hours, again, just because there were some issues with the language. Of course, we also had questions about eligibility, and we want to make sure that before we issue final guidance that those are it's very clear. And, you know, outside of, you know, I think the number one question that we asked, and I think I asked multiple times of the OAG, is, does the director of the Department of Revenue and Taxation have the ability, and you know, is given the authority legally to make adjustments to what's required in the law in terms of the documents? And the answer was no. And of course, you know, we understand the issue of mayor's verification and other items which we're going to be requiring may be a little bit difficult to obtain. But, you know, again, that's why we wanted to seek clarification on that. There were also questions regarding the issue of dependents and whether or not dependents qualify. And if dependents do qualify, then are there additional eligibility requirements for those dependents? And so, you know, I believe that as of yesterday and after our meeting, we were able to identify answers or get answers for those questions. Likely today and through the weekend, we'll be working on the final guidance. So we'll at least have guidance for our people in terms of what is going to be required once the application's open. I don't, you know, I was hoping, and even last week, I was hoping that maybe we may have the application, if not this week, then by first week of August. But at this point, it's difficult to say because without having final guidelines or rules for the implementation, it's difficult for us systems people to finalize how the programs are going to work. So all of that really needs to get done. And again, I'm hopeful that we've been able to overcome a lot of the questions that we had about eligibility because of our meeting with the AG's office yesterday. And we're going to be working on that final guidance.
Can you just kind of go down what are the challenges?
Sure. Of course, number one was the issue of, the mayor's verifications. And I know even when we did meet with Mayor Suarez and the other mayors a few weeks ago, and thank them for their time a few weeks ago to meet with me. Mayor Suarez had mentioned, I think day one, there was about over 600 people that went to her office to try to get a mayor's verification. I think the next day it was like 700. So again, one of the main questions, and as I look, and I'm not a lawyer, but there was some language that I had asked the AG's office if it was possible for me to utilize to give me the leverage to be able to, or the latitude to, or discretion to be able to adjust the requirement for mayor's verification. Of course, that's not possible based on our discussion. There's also a requirement for those people who were employed to provide a certification of employment. We wanted to make sure that as we interpret the term certification of employment, that we also have some level of discretion in terms of what that is or what that means. And because, of course, if we require just a verification of employment, that may cause some issues with our employers, may cause some issues with people trying to go back if they're no longer employed with those places to be able to go back and get those information. And for government employees, that would mean, of course, having to go to the Department of Administration. And that would also be challenging, for large employers like the Department of Administration or the government, or again, other large employers out there who are already working to address the issues of COVID and other issues that they may be having at this time. So it's, again, those types of issues. There was even some questioning. Like I said, I think the largest issue was the issue of dependents, making sure that with regards to dependents, and there are going to be dependents who are going to be eligible, but again, we're going to lay out the requirements for those dependents and what's going to allow for them to be eligible. And I don't have the final information. I don't want to give wrong information. So we're working, again, like I said, through today and likely through the weekend to make sure we have that so we can have at least the final guidelines. And I know I can appreciate the challenges and the kind of the stress that a lot of our people are going through as they work to try to make sure that they're prepared for this. In addition to this, Acting Governor Tenorio did issue a letter Sunday night regarding the mayor's verification and receiving the mayor's verifications or some type of form of verification from the mayors regarding residency, on the back end and not at the front end as we're accepting applications. One of the questions that we've gotten or that we've received is, well, how would you treat then an application that's received in its entirety, complete with a mayor's verification, as opposed to, someone who didn't have a mayor's verification and then we ended up getting verification then from the mayors on the back end. So, that's a little bit of a difficult, with regards, and I don't have the answer to that, Sabrina and Chris, because with regards to the way that we administer, our programs, and as you're familiar, even with our Forms 1040, right? If you don't submit a proper document or attachment, and you'll receive a letter from us that advises that your application is not complete. So, we're still internally, again, our issue first has been the issue of eligibility and making sure that we have all the eligibility down and clear. And then now the issue of the mayor's verification. I did reach out to Mayor Bob Lizama. As you may be aware, he is the governor's office liaison with the mayors. I've asked him if he can assist me in scheduling a meeting with President of Mayor's Council, Mayor Alec, and also with likely Executive Director Angel Sablan. So, we can make sure that the verification that we receive from the mayors, is that it's consistent with, it's got information that we need. I mentioned to somebody that my mom, my sister, and even one of our daughters, I know of people who have names just like, my mom, my sister, and my daughter. So, the issue of making sure that as we get the information from the mayors that it has certain additional identifying information outside of a name, that's going to be important. So those are all of the items that we're going to need to discuss with the mayors as we again work through this. Another item that I wanted to also address, and
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So you're talking about the eligibility is something that you're discussing with the Office of the AG. But I remember the AG, he had come out with an opinion about the RISE Act law, and he said that it was good to go and it was legit. So is it the new classes of people that the governor added to the All RISE Act via executive order? Is that where we're doing all of our eligibility homework? Because she had added the GovGuam employees, retirees, and the federal workers. Whereas the AG's opinion on the... go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
The issue of eligibility, you know what, as you look at the law and there's this, and the rules and regs, I believe it's on page 8 and it's, I like item 1A3 or something like that. There is talk of, you know, individuals who did not file a return because they didn't meet the income thresholds. And so there was a question, and there isn't language that specifically addresses the issue of dependents or dependents not being eligible for this program. So one of the concerns that we did have was, you know, and if this was actually posed to me as well by one of the news agencies, is does this then mean that even children dependents, minor dependents qualify as well for this program? And you know, we wanted to make sure as we kind of look through the law that it was very clear, you know, that and just to share with regards to dependents, even so first of all, eligibility is for Guam taxpayers, so you must be a Guam taxpayer. And so if you are a dependent, because dependents are not specifically excluded, dependents will have to meet all other eligibility requirements of the program as well. So, you know, you can be a dependent and qualify, but you'll have to meet those eligibility requirements. And that's one of the larger questions that we had, because of course, if dependents of any age, including, for example, you know, a 10-year-old minor could potentially apply, we needed to make sure that that was that we understood that and that we flagged that so that if that was not the intention of the law, it perhaps could be addressed. But that was probably one of the larger items that we needed to make sure we addressed. But again, I did even this week, you know, again, because the mayor's verification has been a question, although, you know, internally, as we looked at the language, we identified or determined that the language does not authorize me as the director to make adjustments to the requirements of the law. That you know, that particular item was addressed as well. And I know that the AG's office will tell you, I asked it multiple times, are you really sure that I cannot change or reduce the amount of documents that's required, in particular the mayor's verification, which I know has been pretty problematic. So again, those were probably the larger issues. You know, again, just making sure that we understand dependent issue, and then the issue of, you know, the requirement of the mayor's verification, and also Bree and Chris, the issue of, you know, what constitutes a certification of employment. Does it then mean a VOE? Can we be flexible on that? Because, you know, as you can imagine, given the issues that we're seeing with the mayor's verification, to require just a verification of employment and be strict about that would also be, you know, potentially problematic for our employers and for employees or our people who are working to apply for the program.
So are you kind of just recommending for residents to just go ahead and get that mayor's verification?
So with regards to the mayor's verification, and I'm sorry, Bree, I need to perhaps turn up my volume because I'm not hearing exactly. There you go.
Would you recommend that residents just go ahead and get that mayor's verification?
You know what, at this time, because I still have to meet with Mayor Ellig, and of course, you know, because we want to try to assist the mayors with this issue, I would say hold. And you know what, Mayor Ellig, I'm hoping we're going to be able to meet with him soon, and also with Executive Director Angel Sablan, and to work with my team to streamline the process. You know, I think if there's anything that we've realized over this last year is really that, you know, again, we've done things that we've never done before here. I believe that we've been, you know, somewhat successful as we work to implement things. So, you know, I believe that we can work to overcome this, and we can work with the Mayor's Council on this. I will share with you, we've been receiving overwhelming support as well from some of our other agency heads, for example, Director Phyllis Leon-Guerrero from DICID, and also, Melvin Wampat Borja, who is now heading not only the decolonization agency, but also the Guam Library. And so we're working, the hope is that we're going to be able to work together so that with regards to the processing of these or receipt of these information on the back end, that we'll be able to somehow get that to be streamlined and as efficient as possible. I also, if you don't mind, I want to mention as well, there is still the question as to the ARP Act guidelines. And I don't, as I understand it, I don't believe that we have received the final ARP Act guidelines. I believe that as Governor Leon-Guerrero and some members of the fiscal team have been, traveling to DC, that they've worked to try to meet with some of the government officials to get further clarification. My understanding, though, is I don't believe that we've received that final clarification on the guidelines for ARP Act, the use of the funds. So that's something as well that I just wanted to make sure I flag and share with you.
I'm just surprised you don't have whiplash, Daphne. It just seems like you had the rise, then it became the all rise through an executive order, and then it became, hey, just waive those mayor verifications through a press release. And I just, you all right over there?
As you know, Bree, I mean, usually, and so I know Chris did ask me to meet earlier in the week, and it's taken a bit of time for me this week. I asked him if he could just delay the interview so that we could have some time, from Monday through today to get better information. I don't have all the final information, but I will tell you, at least with regards to eligibility, I feel pretty confident now that we've met with the AG's office, and now it's going to be meeting with the mayors to figure out how we're going to work to address the issue of the mayor's verification. I do understand, of course, it's been a big issue. I'll tell you, when I did meet with the mayors, I think I asked Executive Director Sablan to meet with the mayors on a Tuesday. And by that Wednesday, the next day at 10 in the morning, I had 19 of the mayor's offices, at least represented, if not by the mayors themselves, then by their team members from their offices there. So I was very overwhelmed with just kind of how many people were in this meeting that I had attended. But I think that it just, really is an illustration of how important an issue, how concerning it is to the mayors. And so I can appreciate the concern that the mayors have. I will share, the mayors have been so hugely supportive of us. We want to do our best to be supportive of them as well. Mm-hmm. But the issue of receiving the mayor's information or the verification of a person's residency on the back end, it is a bit challenging. Again, we're still working through trying to figure out how the mechanism for it. Mm-hmm. But I believe we'll be successful at doing so. And of course, as you know, we don't give up. We just continue to drive forward, and we're going to continue to do that with this as well.
Right, you're just caught in the middle of all this. I don't even know what it is anymore. So now that herd immunity has been achieved, we're still in PCOR 3, but all the restrictions basically are lifted with exception of the mask mandate. So what's the status of DRT? Are you guys 100% open today?
Well, you know what, we've actually always I believe we've always kind of been 100% open, but we have just, done our best to, I call it triage people as they come into our building. Our team met this past Monday to discuss, the potential of us going into PCOR 4. As you know, though, I think that because of the Delta variant, in the Midwest and other places in the continental United States, even I think the Department of Defense has issued some guidelines, for their facilities. Our team, of course, is working to make sure that we, we operate based on the guidelines that is set forth. And of course, serving our people has been hugely important. In fact, I want to share with you, we now have I believe, at least 5 phone lines for our call center, if not 6. So I will share with you, Bree and Chris, those phone lines, because of course I think we've only had 3, and we had to pull numbers from different places to try to make sure we had that. So we have, I believe, 5 or 6 numbers for our call center, and so I'm excited about that. But again, I don't have a final on our operational, on how we're going to be operating. At this point, we're still continuing to operate as we have. Again, we haven't necessarily limited the number of people, limited our capacity in terms of accepting customers. We've just, tried to keep things as organized as possible by allowing for the lines to, to be limited inside the building and having people line up outside.
So you guys kind of like status quo, kind of like we already have been 100% and just kind of waiting for Peak or 4 to be declared?
At this point, that's what we're doing, and you'll see there are likely people outside, just similar to what we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that with regards to the issue of I guess how we operate in terms of public health guidelines, perhaps I'm a little bit cautious. My sister says I stop at a yellow light, right? So we want to make sure that we work to that we work carefully as we work to open up. Even though perhaps we may move into Peak or 4 and still are, again, we're not limiting the number of people that we're serving. We may continue to operate as we are at this point until we can kind of finally open. As you know, it's been a little bit, perhaps a little bit intimidating because as you know, as we've kind of progressed through this, our agency has had a huge number of people that have wanted our services. And so it's been challenging for us. As you know, last year we had people who when we opened up on Saturdays for driver's license, we had lines and lines of people, like the whole parking lot was full. And even across the street at Our Lady of Peace, we had issues there. And I know even as we moved into this year, we had, cars lined up all the way up to Vinny's and up through the SNU here in Barrigada Heights. So, we're always concerned about, the safety of not just our employees, but the safety of our customers. And so we're a little bit perhaps cautious as we kind of open up. So likely, it will be a gradual open, but our team is still working to finalize the operational plan for that.
Daph, just to go back to the All Rise. I don't know if you had, I know that you had initially said that you wanted the application to be at least online by the end of the month. I know we missed that mark, but do you have a new anticipated timeline as to when applications may be ready? I'm sorry, because everyone's asking.
No, and it's a fair question, and I want to be clear. I was hopeful it would be by month's end. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Even last week, I was hoping perhaps maybe in the first week of August. At this time, again, because yesterday we just finally were able to get final clarification on eligibility. Now I can go ahead and work to, put that in black and white, provide it to our programmers. And then, there's some level of procurement that's involved as well with this because there is programming involved. So that also has to happen. So it's a little bit challenging to say, but what I can say, Chris, is that, we're going to do our best to get it out as soon as we possibly can. And, of course, given the amount of items that we need to check off, again, it's now where we are is going to be communicating final eligibility to the programmers so that they can program it into the system and making sure that if there's any procurement that's involved, because there may be, some payments to our vendors that have to be made so that we can have the system updated, then those need to be as well done, just so we make sure we follow all proper laws.
But if the governor were to just scrap and ignore the RISE Act and come up with a new type of direct assistance program, it sounds like it'd be much easier to just go with that. Seems like there's some problems.
Well, I think honestly, this has probably been one of the more challenging programs for us to address. And the federal programs, actually, just to kind of go back to it, the federal programs, it took quite a while, like maybe a month or something. We saw Congress obviously work on the federal programs, and then from the point that the CARES Act or the ARP Act were finalized or authorized by law or became law, then it took maybe about a month for us still to work with the with IRS and Treasury to get our implementation plans done. What we noticed, of course, and again, it's a little bit challenging, we kind of ran into a similar situation to this when with Azuda Imengafa, if you recall. Azuda Imengafa was first, I guess, authorized by law, I can't remember, around summertime in 2020. But again, what ended up having to happen was because of some of the language issues, there had to be, I believe it was emergency session that was gone into so that way the legislature could make some changes so that we can implement that particular mandate without too many issues. And so that's what happened with the Azuda Imengafa. And so, again, and with regards to the RISE Act itself, if you notice, if you look at and you pull the law, you'll see that it was actually introduced, I think, in March or April 2020. And it kind of went through this, well, first it was introduced, and I guess it was introduced around the time the CARES Act had passed. So, the legislature had the desire to, have a local program as well. And when when the federal money started coming in, then we didn't hear a lot of discussion about the RISE Act. And we didn't hear too much about it until maybe coming around the end of the year, maybe like November. And so, at that point in November, I mean, I think even when there was the initial discussion of the RISE Act, there wasn't any discussion about exclusion of government employees or government retirees. That kind of happened around maybe around the end of November when I guess there was an issue or, there was perhaps a news article that had come out about the issue of government employees, and the issue of government employees working. And so there was that an article that had come out at the end of November. And so again, from the beginning, there was no exclusion of any particular group of people. And again, that didn't happen until late in the year. And then, of course, I think the RISE Act public hearing was first week of December, around December 7, and it wasn't clear again,
Are you there?
7th of December to the legislature regarding the language of the RISE Act. And again, I think one of the items we did bring up was the issue of dependence and dependent eligibility, which has been a big issue for us at this time. So, the RISE Act itself, I think we had seen many, it had gone through that whole last year, and it was, again, started out being something different and ended up, of course, progressing through this process and ending up, being what it is currently.
Right.
And I think because of it kind of going through that process, there was some language that maybe wasn't identified as being potentially problematic or challenging to implement. So,
well, Daph, we've got to go. It's at the top of the hour. No, it's okay.
Fine,
we'll let you go ahead and take care of that whiplash. We really appreciate you for coming on.
Don't mind her, Daph. Don't mind her.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for humoring me. Thank you for taking the time and for being patient. And I want to thank all of our people. I will share with you later, if you don't mind, our call center numbers so that you can share that with your viewers. And so again, thank you so much and have a great day.
Take care, Daph.
Okay, Daphne, thank you so much. Hey, it's 8:03. Look at that. KUAM TV, here we come. Good morning, Guam business. Yep, it's Friday right here on the link. It's 8:04. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Hee-haw! If you missed the first half of the show, you got to rewind about 2 hours.
Right.
It was pretty entertaining.
So, good morning, KUAM TV. It's Friday, July 30th, Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box proud to present this episode of The Link, where we have achieved the herd immunity. It's non-PCOR 4. We're in PCOR 3, but there are no limits, no social distancing unless you're going to school. And restaurants, all businesses are open at 100% capacity. And we just got off the line with Daphne Shimizu about the rise, all rise. Don't hold your breath. Unfortunately, she did not want to deliver that news, obviously. I think maybe when she first started out down this road, maybe she had set that end of July to come out with an online application because she didn't anticipate that it would be this messy to stand this program up. But here we are. And she could not provide a timeline as to when the application would be ready. So it is what it is.
Once she's, on a course and it's like, what?
Yeah.
Hey. And then she's like working towards that, goal. What?
Yep.
Okay.
And I mean, who knows what else is going to happen if they're going to further amend this thing through executive order, or if the senators are going to pass something that's, and that's the thing is like there's a lot of things in play with this. So Daphne's got a tough job of trying to get out this application with all these moving parts. Yeah. It's 8:06. Go ahead. Yes. Jason Solis.
Okay, but it's been a rather chaotic. We've taken you on an emotional roller coaster so far. This morning we started out with positive news. We recapped, of course, the fact that Guam has now achieved 80% of our adult population has now been inoculated, so herd immunity is here. We've been going back and forth in the all rising, but we want to get you guys started in this 8 o'clock hour with some happy news now, because of course the Uno Go Office Party on-demand promotion. We've been running the campaign. We've been telling you to register with Uno Go and then DM them. Let them know who you are and where you work, because the Sheraton this week is outfitting 15 people with a proper lunch, and Uno Go will deliver it. So this week's winner is Faith Mindiola from the Judiciary at the Probation Office. Congratulations.
All right.
Those guys work really, really hard. They deserve a really good hot lunch, cold lunch. You can have
And
cold
they
noodles.
just celebrated probation and parole week.
There you
That's
go.
last week. Rosanna was on the show.
So I said you could have a really hot lunch, pasta. You could have a cold lunch, Japanese noodles maybe. It's and at the Sheraton, they've got a lot of options and everything
do,
like that.
yeah.
So Faith Mindiola, if you guys work with Faith, if you guys are listening and Faith is within earshot, give her a 6 foot away long distance hug.
No, you don't have to
Hands
social
up.
distance anymore.
Oh, thank you.
Hug her, kiss her neck, tell her thank you.
Well, you better watch what you do down at the Judiciary,
Yeah,
because
you're right,
you
you're
can
right.
get in trouble.
I meant figuratively.
Yeah.
It's 8:08.
Yeah, so Faith, thank you for entering the contest and everything like that. Yes, and
great job.
And to our friends down at the
Congratulations,
probation
Faith.
office, thank you guys for doing what you do to make our island great. And you guys are going to have a fantastic lunch. Uno Go will contact Faith directly, and then we're going to do a story on you guys too to let you guys know how you guys enjoyed your lunch.
8:08. Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast here from the KUAM News team with the very latest, brought to you by Pacific Point. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off it, everybody. It's a popular local and tourist attraction, but the Marbo Cave area is now the focus of separate investigations being conducted by the Guam Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Public Works. As KUAM first reported on Tuesday, Guam EPA conducted a recent inspection of stormwater runoff from a solar farm project in the area. This led to a second inspection by Guam EPA and DPW on Wednesday. By Thursday afternoon, a notice of violation was issued. With more, here is Tyler Matsinani.
Here's the before, and now after. Marble Cave's crystal clear fresh water, muddied with sediment and stormwater runoff from a nearby solar farm under construction.
It's in bad shape.
According to Guam EPA spokesperson Nick Lee, inspectors conducted a second site visit to the Marble area on Wednesday. The first inspection was conducted last Friday, but primarily focused on the stormwater runoff that blocked access to private landowners' properties in the area. The second inspection revealed the damage had extended to one of Guam's most historic and popularly visited attractions.
The environmental monitoring team, which consisted of the program administrator and one of the biologists, did a site inspection of the cave area and observed that there was a significant amount of sediment that had been deposited into the area. The pathway that most folks would normally take to access the cave has been obliterated, and that could be attributed to the influx of stormwater that could be associated with the project after the heavy rainfall we've been receiving over the last several days.
The environmental damage is also under investigation by the Department of Public Works, which also gave their required approvals and permits for the solar farm project. DPW Deputy Director Linda Ibanez.
The contractor did provide
a plan, a design to contain their water in that area. So it was approved. It's designed properly. So we're looking into that. So building inspectors are out there doing their assessments.
Guam EPA also reviewed their plans, but they also reviewed the photos, videos, and conducted their own assessments. KUAM also inspected the erosion and sent up a drone to give you an aerial view of the damage.
It's obvious that this is egregiously in violation of our regulations. It also sends the wrong message to responsible contractors who manage their projects responsibly. You have a plan that you submit to the agency. It goes through review. You stick to that plan. It's as simple as that.
According to Lee, the contractor's plans were to include multiple ponding basins which would catch the stormwater runoff.
Some of them were either incomplete or not constructed at all. It is completely irresponsible. It is a disservice to the community when. And here's the ironic part. Your project is to look into sustainable energy, and you don't take the time and you don't honor the spirit of the project when you're causing damage that could have otherwise been avoided.
Late Thursday afternoon, Guam EPA issued a notice of violation to the solar farm contractor Samsung E&C America Inc. The company was cited for failing to follow their erosion and sediment control plan that was approved by the agency. Although Guam EPA issued a proposed penalty order of $10,000 a day per violation spanning over 368 days and totaling over $18.4 million, Guam law only allows a maximum penalty amount of $125,000. The company must come into compliance within the deadline cited in the NOV. It also has the right to appeal within 30 days. Guam EPA also ordered the contract to be on standby to receive and implement additional orders directed toward the cleanup and restoration of off-site properties and resources damaged by discharge of runoff and sediment from the solar farm site. Meanwhile, the Guam Power Authority confirms the solar farm project is part of their contract with the Korea Electric Power Company. KEPCO is constructing the 60-megawatt photovoltaic solar farm, which is scheduled for completion in early 2022. According to GPA, as of June 25th, almost 150,000 solar panels have been installed. The KEPCO contract cost is $200 million over a 25-year period. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Now, we do have a comment from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, Simon Sanchez, who says, quote, "We're very concerned. The contractor must address stormwater runoff and restore the site, and they can't pass on fines to ratepayers since their prices to us are locked in via their bid. It's all on them to restore, prevent, and pay the costs, and we expect them to do so or face more Guam EPA enforcement actions and fines." With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. It may have been a few days off the targeted deadline, but just before 4:30 Thursday afternoon, Acting Governor Joshua Tenorio announced that Guam has met the goal of Operation Liberate Guam. He made the announcement during a press conference at the vaccination clinic at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse.
It's been a battle that has claimed the lives of 143 Guamanians, infected more than 8,500 people on island, but today finally something to celebrate.
I am proud to announce that today we have reached our 80% full vaccination rate, making Operation Liberate Guam a great success.
Since December, thousands lined up to include our elderly and children to fight off COVID. But with even the more infectious Delta variant, the war is not over.
Every shot administered in the arms of Guam's people has served as a shield, defending our community from this deadly virus. And we continue to encourage every eligible individual who has not received their shots to get vaccinated.
According to Public Health, Guam reached its goal of achieving an 80% adult vaccination rate just after 2 o'clock Thursday afternoon. This now means that at midnight, social gatherings and social distancing restrictions will be lifted except in school settings. One thing that will remain in place is a mask mandate. Guam, in the meantime, remains in PCOR 3 and under a state of emergency until August 30th. Although the vaccination clinic at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse will close on Saturday, Public Health will continue to host other clinics around the island. Adaloop's Chief Medical Advisor, Dr. Mike Cruz, encourages the community to hold the line.
It is now stated that we're now seeing a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And so we still have a significant number of people that should come in and get the vaccination.
The new goal is achieving a 100% vaccination rate.
No one showed up to testify on yet another bill to facilitate the RISE Act payments. Senators have been trying to fast-track a pair of measures to get them on Monday's legislative session. But despite all the rush, lawmakers Thursday seemed resigned to the idea that at the end of the day, it's all still up to the governor to make the payments happen.
The measure by Speaker Therese Terlahi and co-sponsored by Senators Jim Moylan and Joe San Augustine would do things such as lift the cap on the RISE payments so that everyone eligible can get paid and streamline the application process by providing rev and tax with more flexibility. But despite all their efforts, several of them acknowledge that the governor could literally resolve it all with a stroke of a pen.
Let's be realistic about what we're talking about here. It is correct. This legislature actually doesn't have to do anything, Mr. Chairman. If the governor would simply amend her executive order and move forward with the true intentions of the original RISE Act.
We can revise this many different ways and amend it and go on and on about it, but nevertheless, I think the main issue, if the governor continues to say she has the authority, these are federal funds that are provided to her on behalf of the people of Guam, then by all means move forward and address payment and help facilitate this money to the people that are most needy.
If we introduce a bill, we pass a law, and you can make the amendment by executive order, you can pretty much change everything. If you have the authority, then do so. And then, in the words of Senator Brown, we need to pay it out, then pay it out. Either you're in it to win it, or you're not in it at all.
The bill heard today and another one heard yesterday to amend the RISE Act are now able to be placed on the agenda for Monday's legislative session.
When completed, it will be the tallest structure in Guam and feature a twin tower design. Planning is underway for the newest hotel in Tumon to be located at the site of the long-abandoned Royal Palm. The property is now owned by Han Hui Guam, a subsidiary of the Taiwan-based Hongwell Group. Architect Brent Weiss discussed the project during a presentation Thursday for the Rotary Club. He talks about the twin tower design.
We played with different ways to put the towers and sizes and shapes and all that, and then the design architects out of Chicago, GP, and great guys, and so they came back and said, well, why don't we make it one building with the two towers separate, and then we'll do these penetrations through the building so we still get view and light through, so we're not just one big wall against the ocean, and then that way it frees up the sites to do the bigger water park.
The hotel is still in the very early stages of development. Weiss says there's no construction timeline yet, and the owners have yet to decide on a name for the property. The fight to extend supplemental security income benefits to Guam was taken to Congress. Attorney Rodney Jacob testified Thursday at a House budget hearing on social assistance programs for the territories. Jacob represents a family who's been directly impacted by the lack of SSI here. He told the story of twin sisters Katrina and Leslie, who suffer from a degenerative muscle disease. Katrina's medical needs require her to live with her sister Kim Fergerger in Guam, but her SSI benefits were terminated. What's even more heartbreaking, says Jacob, is that Katrina's been separated for more than a dozen years now from her twin Leslie, who's in assisted living in the States.
The dream is to see each other once again. But because Guam's now part of the U.S. for purposes of SSI, Leslie will lose her benefits if she travels to Guam for more than 30 days. She is physically incapable of that trip of such a short duration. It's contrary to common sense, human decency, and sound public policy to deny these important public benefits to American citizens just because they live on Guam. But what is true is that the harm on Guam is real, it's not hypothetical, and it deeply.
Jacob won a federal court decision as Chief Judge Francis Tidinko Gatewood ruled that Katrina's denial violated the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause. She found that there's no rational basis to treat Guam differently from the CNMI, which is included in the SSI program. But Jacob says the federal government has appealed the case. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Guam may have achieved 80% adult herd immunity, but the fight against COVID-19 continues. According to the latest update from the Joint Information Center, the island recorded 7 new cases of COVID out of 358 tests performed on the 28th. To date, there have been a total of 8,529 officially reported cases of coronavirus, with 143 deaths. 59 cases are active and 8,327 people have recovered. A total of 4 people are hospitalized. Additionally, the Guam Department of Education confirmed an employee assigned to John F. Kennedy High School tested positive. The CAR score is 0.3. Island residents are urged to continue to hold the line and get vaccinated. Vaccination clinics are scheduled today at the UOG Calville Fieldhouse from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and at the Public Health Northern Region Community Health Center from 1 p.m. to 4 o'clock this afternoon. The CDC has come out with new mask guidance as the Delta variant of the coronavirus is spreading quickly in many areas of the country. Skylar Henry reports.
CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says new data shows even vaccinated people could end up being a threat to others.
If you are vaccinated and you are one of those rare breakthrough infections, you actually have the capacity to pass it to somebody else.
Dr. Walensky said that's one of the reasons the CDC has changed its mask-wearing guidance. The agency now says even people who are vaccinated should wear masks indoors in areas of high COVID transmission. That applies to more than 63% of all counties in America. Dr. Walensky says because the majority of school kids aren't yet vaccinated, the CDC is also recommending all students, teachers, and staff in grades K through 12 wear masks.
We don't have vaccines available yet for children on 11 and younger. And there are children who are 12 to 17. Only about 30% of them so far going into the school year have been vaccinated.
The House of Representatives is following the new guidance requiring masks indoors, and vaccine mandates could be on the way for more than 2 million federal workers. The White House is finalizing an order that federal workers and contractors will soon be required to confirm they are either vaccinated or get tested regularly.
That's under consideration right now, but if you're not vaccinated, you're not nearly as smart as I thought you were.
The Department of Veteran Affairs announced Monday that it is giving its frontline healthcare workers 2 months to be fully vaccinated. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
In regional news, the CNMI government is coordinating efforts to evacuate 14 residents that live in Pagan after reports of tremors and volcanic smoke Thursday afternoon. 2 boats have since been deployed. Meantime, the Alaska Volcano Observatory has placed Pagan in the yellow level of concern. What this means is the volcano is restless, seismic activity is elevated, potential for eruptive activity is increased, a plume of gas and steam may rise several thousand feet above the volcano, which may contain minor amounts of ash. Again, that is what's happening with Pagan. With your sports link, here is Dave Delgado.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Marianas Irrigation and Landscaping.
The Guam Basketball Confederation and KFC teamed up to bring back youth basketball. The KFC Youth Basketball Circuit kicked off with 8 and under, 12 and under, and 14 and under games played at the GIGO, FD, and National Training Center gyms.
Just to see the kids come out here, play basketball, have fun, and see the fans come out, it's been amazing. So thank you to GBC and KFC for putting on this awesome tournament. First youth tournament since COVID, so everybody excited, can't wait to continue to build on this progress.
Games in the 14 under division continue this week at the FD Phoenix Center. The purpose of the tournament is to keep our youth active and engaged in team sports, says GBC President EJ Calvo. This tournament will also kick off a series of youth basketball tournaments throughout the next few weeks.
It's the perfect time for the youth to come out and try to fill the void and just see better competition and see bigger goals, bigger end game for them and opportunities. So a great stepping stone, coming out with the 8U, the 12U to start. We got the 14U started this weekend, so I'm excited to see what's to come with the younger generation.
With the success of our men's national team program, now is the time to build our talent pool. Men's national team coach EJ Calvo adds that we are excited to organize youth basketball competition this summer and help coaches and clubs provide a positive outlet for kids. We are focused on working with clubs to develop Guam's future talent and inspire our community through the sport.
These kids playing on the basketball court, these kids are the future of Guam basketball. So starting at a young age, Guam basketball is able to locate the talent, and groom them as they grow up into, different levels of competition. So right now we're starting at the 15U level national team, 17U. We got a great facility, so hopefully all these kids can grow up with aspirations to be, represent the men and women's national team of Guam.
Special thanks to KFC for sponsoring this summer's youth basketball circuit. Proceeds generated from operations of the summer's tournaments will directly benefit our Guam National U17 teams as they prepare to travel to the FIBA Oceania Championships in Samoa in December. It was just last month when Michaela Atoigui traveled to Arkansas to take part in the ARPTC rugby camp. She lived and trained alongside other rugby players from across the nation for 2 weeks. This time around, she was invited to compete in the North American Invitationals held in Utah.
But this one was way more demanding and way more intense since we knew that the tournament we were going to was going to be humongous. The schedule was way different than before, and we were asked to we were asked to meet those expectations. Also, going into it, I was really hungry because I knew I wanted to do really good at this tournament because coaches and all of the schools I wanted to go to were treating this tournament as like the National Youth Championship. So if I wanted to show out, this tournament was going to be it. So I knew I needed to train for it.
There was a total of 22 teams in the U18 division. The Falcons advanced to the finals and faced the heavy favorite Rhinos Elite squad for the championship title.
We played against the Rhinos Elite, and they're a well-known team. They're very good, and they really did show what they were made of in that finals match. Though we didn't exactly get close to winning, we still played as if it was our game, and that's what you have to do, even though you feel like you weren't there. We kept our defense up, and we just kept on fighting through the 15 minutes.
Michaela did her part and scored 3 tries in the tournament.
I knew I played way better this tournament than the one I did in June. Whenever I had the opportunity to, I attacked space, and I just knew I wanted to score because, as I said, like the coaches were going to be there. And ultimately it paid off. I believe my hard work helped my team get to the finals.
She wanted to thank her mom and sister for their support. She says it really helped with her mindset and made her more appreciative for the opportunity she was given.
I'm definitely excited for this coming senior year. I learned so much, and my love and passion for rugby grew while being out here and having all these opportunities. I really want to play collegiately for several schools, and I got to even talk to those coaches in the last days, and I've been emailing them, and I showed out. I impressed them, and they saw what I did out there. They saw all my tries, they saw my defensive techniques, they saw my footwork, and I'm just happy to show them what I was made of.
Trench Challenge is back, Guam's obstacle course race for adults, and Trench Kids, an obstacle course race for children ages 4 to 13, will take place at the Guam International Raceway in Jigo on August 14th and 15th. To abide by the current restrictions, the event has been split into 2 days with staggered start times and limited participants. For Trench Challenge, there are 5 different categories to choose from this year: competitive OCR WC qualifier elite division, competitive 3-person challenge, recreational division, Special Olympics charity run, and uproar fitness competition. Trench Kids has 5 different age divisions to choose from: 4 to 5, 6 to 7, 8 to 9, 10 to 11, and 12 to 13-year-old sprint. The top 3 boy and top 3 girl finishers in each division will be awarded. Packet pickup is scheduled for Thursday, August 12th and Friday, August 13th from 11 in the morning to 7 p.m. For more information, find Trench Events on Facebook and Instagram. Visit trenchevents.com or email info@trenchevents.com. Turning over to some basketball, 14 under U from the KFC Youth Circuit. Imperials taking on the Agana Heights Heat. Agana Heights controlled the boards and picked up some easy scores inside the paint off some putbacks. Nijo Navarro led the way for the Imperials with 8 points. The Heat led 19-15 in the third quarter. Imperials with some costly turnovers late in the game as the Heat were able to extend their lead with takes to the basket. Up 21-15 heading into the fourth quarter, James Seria hits the tough shot. He finished with 4 points for the Imperials. Agana Heights player Joseph answers with the bank shot the other way. The Heat win 29-23. Javen with the reverse lay-in off the missed corner three-point attempt for the last score of the game. In other news, what started as a very wet and raining morning transpired into a wonderful overcast but dry afternoon at the Guam International Raceway's Oval Track, which hosted round 3 of the Proline Drifting Championships. For this round was a tricky figure 8 layout that presented 5 total clipping points. 8 drivers went head-to-head to battle for podium placement and put on a fantastic show for the spectators. Von Burrell scored the highest in qualifying, but it was Matt Pilarka that made his way to pole position, with Burrell taking second and Carl Dumasic defeating Jasper Leong to take third. Round 3 of the Proline Drifting Championships were brought to you by Upshift and Nkang Tires. Is presented by Napa Auto Parts. Valvoline, with special thanks to Fastenal, Hoffaday Signs, and Jones Media. Registration is still open for this weekend's Dry Try event held at the Guam Nico Hotel Saturday, July 31st. Last day for early sign-up is Friday, July 30th at 12 in the afternoon. With the big surge in fitness during the lockdown, residents swam, ran, and biked their way into shape.
So we're going to be hosting the first ever what we call the Dry Try. It's essentially a triathlon with a rower substituted for the swim. General fitness competition has been known for their functional fitness tests or competitions, and we thought we'd bring something a little bit different to the table. That way we get the entire community involved, from the endurance athlete side to the general population just finding their fitness journey in lockdown and quarantine, and then your typical gym or CrossFit athlete.
The goal is to get the community together doing something fun with restrictions easing up, getting our residents back to working out, living a healthy lifestyle. Distances were just released: 4,000-meter row, 6,000-meter bike, and a 2-mile run.
The first event is a row. There's going to be a 4,000-meter row on the rower erg, and then immediately after that they transition into their 6-kilometer bike erg. From there, they're going to head out up the service drive on their run route.
For more info, log on to eventbrite.com for all registration details. You can register as a team of 2 or 3, or register as an individual. There will be 3 divisions: fitness division, performance division, and team division.
First off, we want to thank Docomo Pacific as our presenting sponsor. They're going to be providing the awards for the athletes. Along with Take Care Insurance, they're providing awards as well. And then most especially Guam Nico Hotel, they're providing us with this beautiful venue, looking like the weather is going to turn up nice. So all the athletes are going to be able to enjoy the beach, enjoy the outdoors, the beautiful scenery, and then have fun at the same time.
In other news, attorneys Jeffrey Cook and Randall Cunliffe were voted in as chairpersons for the Guam Football Association Disciplinary and Ethics and Appeals Committees, respectively, following an extraordinary Congress event held Saturday at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa Micronesian Room. Aside from elections for the judicial bodies and electoral committee, GFA Congress members also unanimously voted to approve the GFA statutes and Electoral Code Edition 2021 to replace the former 2010 GFA statutes. Once the 2021 edition is officially received by the Department of Revenue and Taxation, the document will be available for viewing and download on GFA's official website, guamfa.com.
Sports Link, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Again, SportsLink brought to you by Cure Alkaline Water, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, where you can get the Shindaiwas, all the great bush cutters they have, and they're now also shipping to surrounding islands. They offer everyday low prices, bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. Also offering maintenance and repair services. Visit Marianas Irrigation and Landscape in Barrigada along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446. Again, now shipping to surrounding islands. Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
All right. Thank you, Chris. With your news now in Chamorro, here's Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get sunto bikunut sa morning ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Masyakulan at Saudi didi para manalagota. Logilas 4:30 ginigap na pupuingi. Anunsay segundo gobyerno Justin Orio na tahataka lusot mo sa maapunta ni Operation Liberate Guam. Hafatin sa doon anunsyo gi press conference gi clinic binakuna gi Cavo Field House gi University of Guam. Según Public Health, ataka Guahan 80% no todi doubt ni man mabakuna. Gikasi las dos gitaluanin Webes. Kamakalingyas na nagi las dos ipago na ogan, adyo sa restrictions sa nagklamenton dinana sosyal dyan din instansya kontra otro sa sempyo manasuha. Pero para eskwela. Uno ni sumagaha na restriction sa adyo para manasadbi imas todi tempo. Bentasan o sumagaha Guahan gi Pandemic Condition of Readiness 3 dyan Public Health Emergency hasta kay 10 Agosto. Masyaw mahusa may klinik binakuna gi UOG Fieldhouse gi Isabelo, Departamento sa Salud Publiko dan sa Besyon Sosyal sa para makonsigi na niya para esti gi otro siya na klinik gi Rizal ni Isla. Chief Medical Advisor para Adelup si Dr. Michael Cruz sa epok todo na makontinue ay binakuna. Inuebo ni ita pupunta pago sa 100% ni man mabakuna. Gimasa sunto para pago na business, masyati seso man adi tagwi estabay Governor's Physicians Advisory Group sa parofandanya pago na papuingi. Uno na artiklo ni para madiskuti sa nesesita no fan mabakuna COVID at the frontline agencies. Iling chairperson para este na grupo si Dr. Noah Nguyen nagwahas talaga na kausa ni wasangan na tiang konstitusyonal at para fan matsogi este siya na reglamento. Mas talo na asunto, después mas ki un anyo media, mansagnong ginigit sa Guahan, sa 74 mas na sulidan ng Federated States of Micronesia, manhanaw tatigitano niya, panpe, giinigap na ogaan. Sigon ni FSM Council General si Teresa Philippine, todi di mabila sa tatiparetano niya sa negatibo test niya para COVID, ja todo man mabakuna estaf, pero katiti man kwalifika na pamaguon. Disti Hulyo na mes, todi sudidano ni FSM sa siya o mapapasi fletin niya. Imamayla na fletin repatriation sa para 60 na sudidano ni FSM. Damas keso para daw na ibigya gusto no para panapay talo. Asunto ginin Washington, mabota ni Senator Ramos gay Kongreso ng Amerika na para bansa mo na bill no i-propose ni President Biden. Ajik 550 billion pesos para infrastructure. Man magasta gunigit sa Guam sa masasanatanes na legislasyon. Maapepalay man maga sa Kongreso siya para matulay kay lingwahe guhin na bill. Para manakwalifika Guahan para masalapi para italanta. Si Senador Jose Piro Terlahi at Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes at mahor siya sa mananawgi ko at Kongreso ng Amerika na umamende si Territorial Highway Program na lay. Matugi na italan siya gizagwahan sa makonsidera na local road. Loy-lay pago sa maturisa ha, i-arterial and collector highways, mahunggin ni magasta na debi italanta todo umadisek na dinrebo para umanaadza sa national lingwahe. Yutumugin ni KUM News gifinut sa moro para pago na business, dazangin man spipeo titomo para ugwaha ferian totso, ni at si Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro pago na dia. Maman nispipea line cooks, dishwasher, sous chef, at supervisor, gisamit na giigima. Masketyo feria para business, dia 30 Hulyo, desde las 9 hasta las 11 egaan, Mescla Bistro, gisahagat niya. Iman interesados sa man mafafaysan para matsuri guato sa cedulas niya, izunya resume, zo manasad be a mask. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Ken Concepcion. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Hey, good morning. It's The Link. 8:40 on a Friday. Sure. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Okay. Did you get anything?
Other than he was waiting to speak with the Archdiocese.
Just so you guys are, we've received multiple tips from multiple sources within the Archdiocese that Catholic School Superintendent Juan Flores may have resigned, but you just got off the phone with him?
Right, and he's going to wait to issue any kind of statement until he speaks with the Archdiocese.
Right, okay. So it's 8:40. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have standing by. She's the Deputy Director of the Department of Administration, Bernie Guinness. Good morning, Bernie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Bree and Chris. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right,
Hi,
let's just get right into it because I know it's Friday. We've got a lot to do. Let's just start with COVID, differential pay, overtime pay. There's so many conflicting pieces of information. We hear from agencies that it was supposed to be paid last payday, then that we heard this payday. So what's the real deal with that, Bernie?
We have some information in reference to like the Mayor's Council. Their hazardous pay is our accounting team just completed processing and inputting their time sheet from the month of December to March. So they completed the keying into the system. So that hazardous pay will be paid out. The EFT is going to be processed out for about a total about like $276,000. That's the gross amount that was given to me. So again, there's about 17 pay periods that is remaining for the MCOG. So we were able to work on the 9 pay periods. And then anything after that, after this pay period, we'll go ahead and continue working on that as well. The staff will continue working on keying in the information.
For clarification, that $276,000 is going to be paid out today?
It's going to be EFT'd out to the council. So hopefully it's going to be transmitted out to them.
Electronic funds transfer. EFT.
And so is it up to the Mayor's Council of Guam then to pay it out? Sorry, I'm not sure.
It'll go into their funds, yeah.
And what's the funding source?
From my understanding, the governor allocated some federal discretionary funds for that. So that's where it came about. The account was set up last week, Thursday, and then the monies were put into the account. So immediately our staff started inputting the information and once the account was established.
You said federal discretionary funds. Is that ARP money or is that something different?
No, it's not.
Okay.
And then for customs, I know Chris was also asking about customs. So I inquired about that. We were able to, for the pay periods of March 13th and the 27th pay period ending, we were able to complete processing and then also for hazardous pay for them for about $58,000 is what was prepared. So as well today, it's going to go up for them as well.
Man, Bernie, I didn't put this on the list, but I just got a message with the DYA summer intern programs. We're hearing that they're a little behind on getting paid too for those interns. Did you have any info on that?
For our interns or for DIY?
I just hear government-wide from different.
But the payments from them is coming from DOE. We are not the ones that administers the checks for them.
Okay. Thank you. Overtime. You're like, hey, we didn't want with that.
Yeah, we have excellent summer interns here. And actually, today is their last day.
I know. Yeah.
For a lot of them, today's their last day, so we're preparing all the deliverables for them so that they can get paid.
Thank you. How about overtime status?
I don't have any information on overtime status. Which in particular are you looking for? Or
Just generally, Mr. Byrne will usually go down the line and talk about law enforcement. Usually is the one that's pretty behind on the overtime.
Okay, I don't at this time. I don't have information on the overtime.
Okay,
but I can certainly look into it.
How about the status on the procurement of the financial management system?
FMS, of course, Director Byrne, that is something that he has been on top of. From my understanding, the last that I communicated, it is still with the AG's office for review. So we are still kind of pending and waiting for that information to come back to us, to be relayed back to us.
Did you ask about ERA? Anything new with ERA?
Lots with ERA.
Oh.
But if you want to also know about EIP, just also the EIP. The EIP 3, the stimulus checks, those were posted online onto the DOA website. I think it was July 20th when it was last updated. I did speak with our treasurer office downstairs. They are, periodically for EIP 1, 2, and 3, they are crossing out the names. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and subsequently upload the newest listing. Unfortunately, this particular week, we weren't able to do any kind of upgrades or uploads to the website because we know that OTEC is kind of doing some maintenance scheduling. So we weren't able to touch that. But again, as far as July 20th, we know that that was the last of the updates for EIP 3 for the listing of unclaimed checks.
What about the
ERA?
the rental assistance program?
Okay, ERA. So with ERA, we are at total applications received for cycle 1 and 2. We are at 2,741. Out of that, we have eligible for both cycles. It was 1,544. Ineligibles was 1,170. So far, we've processed almost close to 650 applications. And then out of that, the total amounts that were dispersed, let me just pull this out, lots of spreadsheets here. We are at, as far as what was actually paid out, there was about 2,500,000 was paid out. And then we have on queue another 2 more batches, which would push us over the 3 million mark for the ERA payments to the tenants. If you wanted to know breakdowns, we have, for example, like for rental, we are over at 2 million for the rental, 2,200,000. For GPA, it's about 420 that we've released out to them. GWA is another 230, and then we have GS solid waste at another close to 10,000 is what we put out. Is anything else that you guys wanted to know about that?
Well, it
The
sounds
cycle
like we're making progress on it,
still
though.
open.
Yeah.
What was that?
It sounds like there are definitely some payments going on. I know that you guys were having some trouble earlier in the program.
Not necessarily. It was just challenging in the beginning. Certainly, we had to, like we said, it is a new program. We were just trying to find the kinks and where we can, the different processes, how best we can assist the community. The program still will be running until September 30 of 2022 next year. So there's a lot of time for individuals who are still encountering and who are needing the financial assistance to please come by to our office at the ITC office. We still are reviewing the other applications as well. So they can still follow up with whether or not they are qualified or they pre-qualified or if some documents are still pending. So again, if they still find themselves in a situation, please come by. The applications are still available at the DOA website.
Is DOA now fully 100% opened?
Open as in, I think we've never closed. As far as staffing on board, yeah. All the staff are, it was 100% open. We never closed down.
Okay, so
in terms of service to the public, Bernie, I know you guys are open because you're the ones that handle the payroll.
Yeah, services to the public, it's open. It has been open.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if with the herd immunity and all of that, you guys are.
No, yeah. Okay. So as far as like ERA or even for payroll and whatnot or HR, certainly the public can come in and staff will entertain them.
Okay.
Just another note, we are going to be, the ERA team will be participating tomorrow at the the Energy Expo at the Micronesia Mall. So if anyone or individuals that are wanting assistance or wanting information, certainly they can come down to our booth. We'll have a booth there. We'll have our customer service rep staff there with applications. They can assist them. They can even, as far as try to pre-qualify them if they complete their applications properly, and then we can go through it with them, explain it, and then if they pre-qualify, then that we can kind of move that process quicker for them. So we will have staff available there. So we'll be there from 11 to 3 at the Micronesia Mall.
All right, we good?
Anything?
Thank you.
Thanks,
Short
Bernie.
and sweet, Bernie. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much to you guys. You guys have a good day.
You have a great weekend. And happy herd immunity.
Excellent too, right?
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
Happy herd day. It's a herd day. We should totally get a holiday, right? It's 8:50. Good morning. This is the link. Coming up on the show, the president. Yes, we're getting the president on the link. The president of the FSM, President David Puanello, is coming up. Also, we're getting Dr. Anita Bora Enriquez, the Senior Vice President of UOG. Get a load of this. Direct assistance. Not to you. No. To UOG students. Yes. So, there you go. UOG spending that federal money. We'll get you all the details coming up on the link. It is 8:50 again. Let's go ahead and do Feed Me Fridays, guys, which is brought to you by our friends at Ruby Tuesday. In this episode, your favorites, Chris and Sabrina, go to Ruby Tuesday and enjoy a local favorite that's made.
It's Feed Me Fridays on the link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and Devondale.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome to Feed Me Fridays. We're back.
Yes, we are, Sabrina.
Just in time, too, because they just launched their new lunch menu. And so we're trying out the Tinactec, right?
Yep, it's a Tinactec attack breed.
The beef Tinactec bowl.
We're like bona fide Tinactec experts. And just right off the bat, when you look at this Tinactec breed, what do you think?
It's beautiful. I'm wondering why it looks kind of red, but they were telling us it's the Denancy.
Right,
so I'm kind of like, I wonder how spicy it's going to be.
And they actually make their Denancy now with the habanero pepper, which is one of the hottest peppers. So I'm really excited to try this Ruby Tuesday twist on a Chamorro Classic.
Yeah. And we also have, they're letting us try the other new item on the lunch menu. It's the shrimp and spinach quesadilla. So they have, what's in this one? Of course, the shrimp, artichoke dip drizzled with Parmesan cream and sandwiched between warm tortillas. So this new lunch menu, it's kind of, it's something for everybody, whether you're like on a diet or you're trying to lose weight or you're like us, we like to eat hearty. We like to eat, so I guess that's why they're kind of feeding us this.
Yeah.
So they do. They have like a vegetarian option. Of course, the garden bar, the Beyond Chili and Cheese Quesadilla. So if you don't want to get the shrimp one, you can get this one. And then the Beyond Chili and Rice.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
They've also got some burgers on the lunch menu.
Yeah.
They got a Excalibur burger, which is that Ruby Tuesday burger. It's a great burger. And Dewey sausage. And they throw an egg and a slice of cheese on there. That looks awesome.
No, what looks awesome is the BCF Ranch Burger.
What does BCF stand for?
Bacon, cheese, and fries.
Wow.
Have you ever had fries in your burger before? So this is the place you try that out. Your Ruby Tuesday.
Try it out. It's all going to the same place.
All right, so let me check out the shrimp quesadilla.
It's very good.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting with that Parmesan cream sauce. I think there's a little bit of their spinach artichoke dip in here too.
And I love the spinach artichoke dip.
Yeah. Who
That's
doesn't?
my favorite thing here.
That's your jam.
Mm-hmm.
There's big chunks of shrimp too.
You ready to try the Tinactec?
I like the look of this Tinactec. It's made with ground beef, served on top of a nice big scoop of rice. And it's got all the stuff, the green beans. These are fresh green beans. There's some tomato. Throw a little scallion on top.
And you can never go wrong with Tinactec. It's like one of my all-time favorite dishes to eat. And also to cook because it's easy.
It is. It's a one skillet thing. Wow.
You can really taste the Janancy. Just
That's
you know,
good.
it's just kind of slight.
Yeah.
You know, slightly spicy.
Wow.
I also like the fact that the tomatoes, they're actually fresh. They're not, you know, sometimes you cook it in,
Right.
but they just kind of cut it and put it on top.
I like that too. It's
Yeah.
definitely got that fresh bite from that tomato.
Mm-hmm.
It goes really good.
Do you usually cook your tomatoes?
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's the first time I've tried it. Not. I like it. Actually, I like it this way.
I might start doing this way at home.
Yep.
Green beans, nice and crisp. They got that snap.
I was kind of nervous about the Janancy. I thought it might be a little bit too spicy for me, but it's actually just right. And of course, coconut milk. Oh my gosh.
Can't go wrong with coconut milk. We have you check bartender Fred over here at Ruby Tuesday. It's happy hour all day on Tuesdays. But he made us what they call the RT Palmer. And it's basically a Virgin Arnold Palmer. It's got iced tea, fresh squeezed lemon juice, and fresh squeezed orange juice. They're over there squeezing it like, oh. They put it in here, and this is perfect.
It's a glass of summer. That's really good.
Wow, a glass of summer. Trademark that. Bree, this is really good Tinactec. And Tinactec's one of those things where it's got to be good.
And again, this is part of their special, their new lunch menu that they just launched today. And you know, you guys were given a choice on whether or not you wanted us to try the Prime Loco Moco or the beef Tinactec bowl. And of course, you guys chose the Tinactec.
Right.
And thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you. Like, honestly, full disclosure, I really wanted to try the Prime Loco Moco, just because, you know, I feel like we can eat Tinactec anytime, but this Tinactec it's really good.
Hey,
It's
I
different.
like to eat Tinactec anytime,
I know,
any day, anywhere.
She liked to eat Tinactec anytime and every time. It's really good, though. And that fresh tomato, man, Bree, you're right. That is a game changer.
Who would have thought? Okay.
Something as simple as that.
It elevates it, really.
Going up. And wow, the rice. Rice doesn't get enough credit, and we all love rice, but this rice is good. They know how to make rice back there. Get married.
They also still have the, what is it, Tuesday? The Tuesday special?
2 for Tuesday. 2 entrees, $25.99. Oh, I got that, sorry. And a dessert, too.
You got that, you sure?
I do. You can choose 2 entrees, and you have a choice of petite sirloin steak. That's a 6-ounce top sirloin. My son loves that. Seared to perfection, served with your choice of a side. They have the Parmesan shrimp pasta. They also got a half rack of ribs, chicken and broccoli pasta. And then it comes with a dessert. And awesome, they have so many great desserts here at Ruby Tuesday. 2 of those for $25.99 on Tuesday. And remember, they have happy hour. Okay, you talk. I want to eat.
Now, again, the new lunch menu just started today. The prices vary, anywhere between $14 to $19, $20.
Right.
But you can also add in, of course, the fresh garden bar for just $7.99.
They also got some super shareables. Of course, we tried the shrimp and spinach quesadilla. They gave us each our own, but this is something you can easily share with someone you're bringing for lunch. And they also got a wing trio, which is 12 wings, 3 sauces, $19.99. Make sure you guys get this. RT Palmer, tell Fred the link sent you.
All right. It's been another episode of Feed Me Fridays.
Bye.
Thanks for watching. Bye.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and Devondale.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KYM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofo and Inilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Ladi, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheLadi.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to The Link. It is 9:05 in this beautiful Friday morning. A big thank you to everyone as we have achieved herd immunity. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Right on.
And let's all give ourselves a big, resounding hee-haw.
All right, we gotta be serious, guys. We're the president of the FSM. That he's like, what?
Yeah, we're still in P-Court 3, everybody.
Yes, we are.
So.
But the restrictions have been lifted. Everything is 1,000% wide open. No capacity limits. You don't have to social distance anymore.
Except for in school.
Yep. But there is a mask mandate that is still in place here for the island of Guam. It's 9:04 into the KUAM News Zoom room. We go where we're just very honored to have FSM President David Pinello in our KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Mr. President.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Sabrina. How are you all doing?
We're doing all right.
All very good. And you're currently on Guam right now, right?
Correct. We've just completed our high-level defense talks with the U.S. Indo-PACOM and then heading home. So currently in Guam, and glad to be in your part of the paradise, coming from paradise to another paradise.
That's right. And I guess we'll just start there. You said high-level defense talks. We have seen reports that you guys have secured an arrangement with the United States to build a base in the FSM. Are you able to tell us any other details?
Well, yeah, first of all, with the U.S., we have the political, economic, and defense cooperation embedded in the Compact of Free Association, as everybody knows. And we would normally have those defense talks annually. But because of the COVID, it's kind of protracted that, and then we finally had that one materialize. So it was a very productive meeting. We did talk about, conventional and non-conventional type of threats, and you know what this means in this world today. So I won't be able to go into detail, but I won't confirm nor deny about military base, but through our defense ties under the umbrella of defense ties, it does look at everything, and the relationship is unique. Our young men and women also serve in the U.S. Armed Forces, even though we're a sovereign nation, and so you can see how unique that is. Actually, we serve at a higher per capita rate than any of the U.S. States. So security, conventional security is something we talk about. And then non-conventional security is climate change, which is something that the U.S. recognizes clearly this time through the Biden administration, as they just signed on to the Paris Agreement. And so part of my meetings was Indo-PACOM and the governor of Hawaii, Governor Ike. We talked about the next meeting of the Pacific Island Conference of Leaders, which I am currently the chair. And a couple of days ago, I signed a letter to President Biden to invite him to come to Hawaii in our next meeting to, in person, open the meeting with the 20 or so Pacific island nations and territories like Guam and Hawaii in that meeting. So we look forward to materializing that there. Thank you.
Did you say that you met with high-level defense officials? Was the meetings were in Hawaii or here in Guam?
It's in Hawaii. Indo-PACOM headquarters is based at Camp Smith in Honolulu. So it was in Hawaii, and a meeting with Admiral Aquilino was a very good one. As you know, the Indo-PACOM has an area of responsibility that covers over 50% of the world population. Wow. And so that's an awesome responsibility with the Indo-PACOM, and we had a very good briefing on the mutual interests relating to defense and climate change and related activities.
No, I just asked that because we do know that there is a high-level military official on Guam.
Oh, that too.
And there's going to be a conference later today. Are you meeting? Why are you here on Guam? Just curious. Are you on vacation?
Well, we're going back home, as you know.
Okay.
And so we came back, and we also joined the yesterday's or a day ago or so the ceremony of the U.S. Coast Guard, which your acting governor also attended. Was a very good good ceremony to recognize the presence of the U.S. Coast Guard force in Micronesia.
So you were here on Guam when the governor made the announcement about acting governor made the announcement about herd immunity. And so I wanted to follow up on the vaccination efforts in the FSM because I understand that there's been some developments with regard to mandatory vaccinations.
Yes. Yeah, well, thank you all. I was listening. I met the acting governor at the U.S. Coast Guard ceremony to commission those 3 vessels, rapid response cutters. And I also watched him on live yesterday. I want to congratulate the government Guam and the Guam people for reaching herd immunity, 80+ percent on your vaccination. So that's an awesome achievement. And you're right, we received news from our Congress. I called a session of Congress to be convened on some emergency issues, including our emergency declaration, the resolution, to look at amending it so that we can take care of our people who are infected, recovered, and are no longer infectious. That protocol to be amended to take care of them so that they can also return home upon that medical confirmation. So right now, FSM is above, a little bit above 50% in terms of fully vaccinated, and then about 55 on the first dose. And then the variations in our states are somewhere around there. Some of the states are higher than 50%, and some are a little lower because of the challenge of vaccinating our eligible citizens within the main islands and also outer islands. So we're utilizing our transport assets to really get our medical folks out into the remote areas throughout the FSM. So far, we've been successful. As you know, we're still a COVID-19 country, a free country. We had 2 cases that popped, both one in Bombay and one in Kusai. Both are confirmed to be non-infectious, historical. And so we're back to COVID-19 free. And what Guam is doing is good news. We're happy with the Guam population. My goal as president of the FSM is also to reach herd immunity. I've made statements loud and clear that we want to reach at least 70% herd immunity. And the Congress has recently taken on board to officialize that target, and also making it mandatory through the resolution that citizens who are eligible to get vaccinated as quickly as possible so that we can move from COVID-19 free to COVID-19 protected or COVID-19 safe.
Can you just kind of clarify? You mentioned the 2 that popped positive. Were those 2 from repatriation flights?
Correct. They are from, well, repatriation flights and also the vessel. If you remember the Chief Milo that I authorized to return from the Philippines with the crew and the boy that was lost at sea. And then they came back, but they got tested in the Philippines, and the results were negative. And you know, the tests are pretty sensitive. So when they came into Pohnpei and we administered the tests, one of the historical also showed positive. But upon further review by our medical professionals, we applied the antigen test to really find out medically, to confirm with authority that they are non-infectious and indeed historical, and that was the case. And so the CDC and WHO also reviewed the outcome of that, and then determined to be the case. So they declared FSM again COVID-19 free. And the recent case is also similar. They left Guam. It was tested negative. When they went to Kusai, first direct repatriation to Kusai State, as they've always been coming to Pohnpei, our capital. And so this minor was tested positive, and they retested it, and the antigen confirmed that he's non-infectious and historical. And these are important developments because our medical professionals are trained by the CDC, and we're getting guidance by WHO, and so they're very authoritative and very reassuring that it is historical and it's not infectious. But the boy in Kusai is still in quarantine because we've extended it to 14 days instead of 7 days, just to be certain and give peace of mind to the community before he rejoins family and the community.
Mr. President, I know it's early in the game for this question, but a lot of people are traveling, and I know that a lot of people like to travel into the FSM who aren't necessarily residents there. So do you have any type of anticipated timelines for the reopening of the FSM?
Thanks, Chris. Well, you know, in a way we've reopened, but in a cautious way because our repatriation flights have started in May, as you are aware. So we've had 8 flights so far of repatriation of our citizens and residents in the FSM. And so we've done about 400 plus already within this time, 8 flights. And then officially we may be looking at 400 to 500 additional people who are really stranded by that definition. And the flights are continuing. As a matter of fact, one left yesterday with 60 plus individuals into the FSM. They were all tested negative. And then we have another flight at the latter part of the month of August that would continue. And essential workers and essential folks who are coming into the FSM, like FAA, we talked with FAA in Hawaii, and technical people who are needed. Some of our folks, officials who are coming back for our constitutional convention is one that's suspended because of the COVID-19. They're also being prioritized, but citizens, including patients and students who could not really fend for themselves financially, are among the prioritized citizens who are being returned. And so it's taking time, but these schedules of flights are certain that it's at least 2 flights a month, and 60 plus, because that's the capacity we have. So we're trying to be cautious while being realistic about anticipation of our citizens as they have been stranded long. And then I ask for patience because our population is vulnerable to this virus, and we want to protect our population. And it calls for tough leadership decisions. And I have been decisive as president of the nation, as I value the lives, because decisions do save lives. And as we're growing with the vaccination, Chris and Sabrina, like Guam, I think as we escalate up the ladder in terms of vaccination rates, and if we reach immunity, herd immunity, like Guam has, we're going to continue to relax these COVID-19 restrictions. And so I think we're heading in the right direction, and we're confident that we're going to reach like Guam currently has reached. And I know you're having that celebratory tone of reaching herd immunity. So we're getting there, and it's a tough one because Guam is one island, right?
Yeah.
FSM is 607 islands, and so in the town centers is a little bit easier, but we're utilizing our transport assets, patrol boats, regular field trips to get our health folks, immunization folks who get out in these remote islands and vaccinate as many as possible. And fortunately, FSM ties with the U.S., as you know. We received, as a matter of, you won't believe it, but when I met Governor Hike, he said, FSM received the vaccines before Hawaii did. Yeah. And so, that brings home the fact that we are part of the homeland in terms of our relations with the U.S., even though we're a sovereign nation. So you can see how refreshing it is with this close alliance with the United States, like Guam does. You're a territory, but we are a sovereign nation, and yet we have this kind of close alliance with the U.S. that makes us U.S. treats us like a homeland, part of the homeland in terms of vaccination, security, and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Well, in keeping with that close alliance with the United States, I remember when we first started reporting back in May about the first repatriation flight, and I think it was a letter that you had wrote to the U.S. government. There was this effort where the U.S. Was going to be sending physicians from CDC, U.S. Health and Human Services, as well as the Department of Defense, to help build medical capacity in the FSM. Are they still there? And can you bring us up to speed with what happened?
Well, our cooperation has always been from the beginning with our own health workers, but we have been collaborating with U.S. health folks, CDC and others. Dr. Tane Hancock, who's based in Guam, came in as part of the U.S. delegation to give advice. And we've reached an understanding to give a final push with the vaccination efforts with U.S. CDC and Department of Health and Human Services. And so that plan is something to be implemented to bring in more professional health workers, at least 5 in each of the 4 states. And we've agreed to it, but it's going to require some relaxing of our health protocols, because they're so busy that spending 7 days in Guam pre-quarantine and another 7 in any of our states, it's just going to take up a half of the month. And they're being spread so thin throughout the U.S. that's going to be a challenge to be idle. And so we're exploring possibilities of relaxing that. I've had a Zoom conference before I left for Honolulu with our governors, to just own in on this issue, and we're still dealing with it. Some states may be getting some of these professionals coming in with relaxed sort of health protocol in terms of the quarantine process to shorten it, but of course they'll be vaccinated and then tested to be negative before they come into our country, and again tested when they're in country.
In terms of the repatriation flights, is it still just to Pohnpei?
Yes, and then recently to Kushai, correct? Okay. So Kushai opened up, and this case had popped by this, dependent. Unfortunately, it's historical. It's been confirmed by the health professional. And then Yap may be opening soon. The governor, as a matter of fact, after our Zoom here, I'll be calling the governor of Yap via Zoom to discuss that. Kushai has already accepted their first direct repatriation. Chuk governor has indicated to me that they might be ready around early September. So we have variation of the preparedness that we have, and I want to respect that because this is something that has to work right for our citizens to make sure that we continue to protect the lives of our citizens, which is very important to me.
Right, and I can see, Mr. President, that's the priority, right? How does the obvious challenges with rolling out this mandated vaccination program, how's that going to mesh with the potential reopening of tourism into the FSM? And what's your timeline on that?
Yeah, well, Chris, we know that Guam has a very high traffic of tourism. For the FSM, not so. I mean, we get tourism, but not at the rate that Guam does or Hawaii. So that in itself didn't really impact us that severely as far as, economic downturn. We normally get a lot of business travelers into the FSM, and that's what we're dealing with. And so this mandatory requirement now for our citizens, I think it's just going to prop up our efforts to get to a level of herd immunity. And it's not done. I know the heart of our Congress. I know Speaker Simina and the rest of the members, they did this out of care for our citizens. It's not to, sort of encroach on civil liberties and so forth. It's about protecting our small population because a lot of us are still vulnerable through to illnesses, issues of diabetes and all of that. And so when you care about our citizens, I know the heart of our our representatives in our Congress. I had a talk with them, and they originally talked about mandating everyone in the government, but it's gone beyond that out of care and out of how they want to protect our citizens. And so I think this is going to help to push to reach that level of herd immunity that Guam has reached. And again, congratulations to Guam, and we're coming behind that rate, and I think we're going to achieve that towards Christmas. And that's how we can relax some of the health protocols in terms of travel, right. Chris and Sabrina.
Yeah, Mr. President, I feel like the whole world has itchy feet right now, and they all want to travel. That's why I asked about tourism, because I want to go to the FSM, even though I know you guys might not be thinking about that right now. I feel like there's definitely a demand, right, for people to travel, and they might be looking at places that they haven't traveled before.
Oh yes, and I already gave standing invitation to a lot of folks who want to come in, like like the Admiral and other folks during the high-level talks. Director of the APCSS, Kumatauta, who's from Guam, Pete, and Mary Tori, who's sort of the interim director of the PIDB at the East-West Center. They all want to come around, and so many friends. And we still encourage you to please visit FSM, a lot of good fishing, serve at the Paligar Pass, and then our historic site, Nanmato, which is a World Heritage. And, I coined the term paradise in our backyard because like Guam, we don't have to travel out of the country to experience paradise, right? It is paradise in our backyard. So you just walk out there and you're in paradise. Otherwise, people from around the world, they spend thousands of dollars to visit our beautiful islands, and I think you know what I'm talking about here.
It sounds like we need to do a link on location.
Yeah,
Mr.
from Dan
President.
Madal. We got to arrange that. It's priority.
I wanted to just give you this final word on any message you have to our FSM citizens here on Guam.
Well, you know, our FSM citizens know that we really love our FSM citizens. Sometimes as a leader of our nation, it takes really tough decisions that may not be so pleasant for our population. But look at it, look at it. We are COVID-19 free. When you see the rest of the world, United States alone, those who subsided to COVID-19 is now more than 6 times our population. You know, those who died and perished. And of course, our sympathies, prayers are with those families who are suffering because of the loss of loved ones. And so it's out of care that we have come in with these decisions. But you see that repatriation has started. So our citizens who are out there, please know that you are constantly being put up on the list, but about 65 or so every flight, and you're on board, you know, as far as I'm concerned. Have patience and know that we care and love you, our FSM citizens. And that's how I would put it. And then when you finally reach home, you're going to realize why this is so important, because we care about your health and your life matters. And these decisions protect lives and save lives. And so, you know, for those who have been repatriated, they're happy to be reunited with their family. Those of you are on coming on to the list, we're going to continue until we get everybody back home to be reunited with their loved ones. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I know you acknowledge the fact that Guam may have achieved herd immunity, but at the same time, you know, FSM, 0 COVID positive cases, with the exception of the 2 that were historical cases and non-infectious.
Yeah.
So congratulations to you,
Right,
you guys
yeah.
as well.
And congratulations to you, Juan.
No, congratulations to you. Oh.
And you know, you can celebrate rightfully, because you've reached that level, and we're just trailing behind you slightly, but we're gonna get there in terms of herd immunity. And then Chris and Sabrina, we look forward to hosting you when you come to any of our states, but especially Bone Bay, to do some fishing and some of the fun stuff.
Casale, yep. I'm down, Mr. President. Say the word, I'm there. If you need a diplomat or a goodwill mission, I'm so ready.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Kasalelia. And to all of you, Guam residents and leaders. Kalangan for having me. Thank you so much.
All right, there you go.
Take
FSM
care.
President David Punello. Yeah, you know, regionally with the FSM and Marianas, we've done pretty good. You know, I mean, we lost some people on the way. Let's not forget that, okay? And I'm here in Guam. It wasn't always a clean ride. There were definitely some toes that got stepped on, and that's really an understatement. But here we are, herd immunity. It seemed like a unicorn just the beginning of the year. I know that, frankly, I didn't think we'd get here this fast. So, you know, kudos to the Guard, to public health, of course, to everybody who made this happen, most especially the people of Guam. Definitely deserve all of the credit. 9:28, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with the University of Guam direct assistance for UOG students. We'll tell you how, when, where, why, and all that good stuff. Coming up on The Link, it is Friday. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofo and Inilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Ladi, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheLadi.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenberg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Breeze 93.9 FM.
All right, everybody, welcome back to The Link as we wrap up this week, but we have saved the best for last in my own humble and certainly biased opinion, because Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez has been a longtime friend of the show. You know, we've been able to rely on her for information about the University of Guam. I also had the pleasure of taking her very first class when she came back to the island as a newly minted PhD 25 years ago at UOG. So Dr. Enriquez, half a day to you, and good to see you.
Sijus Masi, Jason, and Team KUAM, thank you so much for this opportunity to be here to share some information with everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about direct assistance to students, especially at the university level, and I mean, that's a phenomenal opportunity. Obviously, that's going to bode well for people that were maybe considering or on the fence, or maybe even saying, you know, I can maybe put my education on the back burner right now because there's bigger problems in the world and everything. But can you break down, like mechanically maybe, exactly what is covered under the direct assistance program, and does it affect all students, part-time, full-time, and like how does it all work out?
Sure. So the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, the acronym is HERF, is really a direct student relief. That is, it's separated apart from the financial aid, Pell Grant, all of that. This is like an additional gift that's coming to institutions of higher education for their students. And so we received $6 million, which is the third iteration of award that the University of Guam has received. As you know, sometime in spring or Fanumnakan 2020, we did receive our first share of roughly about $2.2 million. Then we received another, I think it was $2.2 or $4 million. That was, we called it HERF 2. And that notice was given sometime, I believe, January of 2021. And so those have already been given out. And we had them broken down into 4 categories. Full-time Pell eligible, part-time Pell eligible, or full-time non-Pell eligible, or part-time non-Pell eligible. Pell eligible means that you were able to receive Pell Grant of any amount, right? And so if you were Pell eligible, then you received a greater share of the allocation that went out to students. And of course, last year, they were very strict about the eligibility. So if you're an international student, you're not eligible. If you're, there are a number of different restrictions to that. If you're a DACA student, you are not eligible. And so with the American Rescue Plan notification that came out late spring of this year, I believe it was sometime in May, all these restrictions were lifted. They were like, you know what, we just want to help everybody, you know, and we want to help them as far back as Fanumnakan spring of 2020. So the $6 million student relief under HERF actually gives the universities and colleges flexibility with regard to how it's going to be distributed. And in the recent press release of $703,400 for those students who were enrolled in our summer classes. And if you happen to be a full-time student eligible for a Pell Grant, you receive, or you will be getting either through the mail or direct deposit in your bank account, or you may have already received that, $1,000 if you were Pell Grant eligible and a full-time student. If you were a part-time Pell eligible student, you receive $850. So imagine, Jason, if you only enrolled in one class, you were a part-time student, $850 just simply by being enrolled during the summer. And those students, regardless of your full or part-time status, who are not Pell eligible, received $700.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the first iteration. The second iteration is for this coming fall 2021 semester. We call it the Fanunsanan. So, hold on to your hats. Students coming into this new academic semester, another round of student relief will be coming your way, and we plan to distribute $2 million, roughly about $2 million. There will be another $2 million coming out in the spring of 2020. We called it our Phantom Nakan spring 2022, another $2 million. Now there's so the balance of roughly about $1.3 million. We have decided, and other universities have done this in the state, to make those what we call, I want to make sure I use the correct term, is the HERF-3 student grant request. It's an application process. And so we will announce that soon, and we anticipate that the closing date for that application for even more money beyond the $2 million in the fall and the $2 million in the spring, right? But you have until September 30th to submit this 3-page application, which will be made available online as an online form.
And 3 pages for an undergrad should be nothing at this point.
Right. And so here's the eligibility, right? Mm-hmm. You must meet the following requirements. You must demonstrate need. You must demonstrate financial hardship. You must experience, or, God forbid you've experienced, but, it has to deal with an emergency, accident, illness, or other unforeseen events related to the COVID-19 emergency. That's also an eligibility factor. You were enrolled as a full-time or part-time student in the spring of 2020, the fall of 2020, the spring of 2021, or during the fall of 2021. So it's like, wow, we're going way back, right? Since the start of the pandemic. So any of those students are eligible, even if they're no longer students. So the examples of what's covered, and this is very important, okay? Tuition and fees determined by the committee. There would be a review committee for this. Medications and other costs related to emergency medical care, and up to $500 may be requested for that. Mm-hmm. Overdue utility bills reaching a turn-off notice, up to $500 may be requested for that. Homelessness, sudden loss of housing, or imminent eviction, up to $500 may be requested. Travel costs related to a death or illness in the immediate family, up to $500 may be requested. Loss of child care, up to $500 may be requested. But let me just add, expenses that are not covered by this fund. Non-essential personal bills such as current utility, credit card, cable, cell phone, and so forth. Traffic tickets, library fines, or other expenses mistakenly incurred.
Can I just jump in, Doc? Because I mentioned undergrad like a second ago, but do these benefits also apply for people, because UOG has quite the thriving graduate school, so for people that are applying for master's degrees and more?
Right, absolutely.
Okay.
They'll apply to graduate students as well. Mm-hmm. Right.
And obviously,
And so-
you said until September 30th is the deadline. That seems like it's a long way off, but next week is already August, and the money is finite. So, it is kind of like a mad dash to get
Absolutely.
your
right.
to
So,
get
so
your
it goes
application
back
in.
to you snooze, you lose, right? You're like, oh my gosh, there's this opportunity, and there is a deadline, and there is an application form. And by the way, there are eligibility criteria, and there's also documentation that has to be furnished as evidence to support your claim.
We'll tell
And
you what.
so,
Speaking of time, unfortunately, ours is running out as well. But could you give our listeners and our viewers like the the website URL or the phone number where people can call? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who have like a lot more questions, and surely they qualify, but I'm sure they want to talk to somebody about the specifics.
Right. So we do have an email address that's uppercase or lowercase H as in Harry, EER, F as in Frank, at Triton, triton.uog.edu.
All right. So Dr. Anita Borjan Enriquez, good news if you are thinking about pursuing or continuing your upper education. You can contribute to Guam in this way, and certainly UOG wants to help you achieve that if you have suffered undue hardship. So, Doc, always a pleasure. Good to see you as always, and we wish you a good weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay,
Please
adios.
take care. All right, everybody. Because it is Olympic time right now, we're going to show you a clip of the One Micronesia podcast where our own Victorious Falan had a chance to sit down with one of the FSM's athletes representing at Tokyo. Of course, we had the president, President Paniello, moments ago. Here now is the One Micronesia podcast with a representative from the FSM delegation at the Olympics.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Hafide, Mogasin, Castellier, and Ranim. And welcome back to the One Micronesia podcast. So we talked to Tayana. We talked about how it all started for her. We talked about her swimming career and learned that she had to overcome obstacles along the way. Things that not a lot of people know. These weren't put on Facebook. All that was on Facebook or all that was put out, the promo for all the athletes was, hey, we have 3 people who are representing the FSM. They're going. But did we take time to learn what happened to them? This is amazing to hear. I'm learning this for the first time, and it's really inspiring to see a young individual who has a talent, and she pushed her way through and she made it to the world stage. I think that is a very incredible story. So we're here with the one, the only, your FSM Olympic swimmer, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tayana Adams. And Tayana, let's talk about it. Tokyo 2020. I know you mentioned it a little bit about how long you have to train for this. So let's go. What was it like getting the call to represent your home, your country, the Federated States of Micronesia, on the world stage as an Olympic swimmer?
There was no words. I found out, I read the email, I just started screaming, and everybody's like, what's going on? I was like, I just made it I got the FSM spot for the Olympics. I was mind blown.
Wow. Talk about the training process. I mean, I know you mentioned it a little bit, and then you mentioned how the struggle. So let's go and kind of get into details about that. So let's talk about that training process. I know eventually you got with the Kona, the Kona water team, swimming team. So let's talk about that.
So we would do about 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening, and then for extra land-based training, I joined a CrossFit gym, CrossFit Kona, and I would do about an hour of training. And I would have liked to go. It would normally have been every day, but the pool wasn't open every day, so it was just Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But we've tried to put as much as we could into those days. So those days I was completely wiped out by the end of the day. Sometimes I was too tired to eat because I was just my day was just too full with training. There was no energy to eat at the end of the day.
So that's amazing. Then knowing, that you had to, fly to Hawaii to continue your training, to prepare yourself for what's to come, which is meeting some of the world's greatest in the water, in the pool. So you took that, you trained hard. I mean, it wasn't enough. You said it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I mean, let's face it, man. If it was open every week, I'm pretty sure you've gone every single day and put in as much work as you can. But it is what it is. It's what we're dealt with, right? So you took that and you pushed to the extreme, and then now you made it to Tokyo. I saw pictures. I saw I kind of followed your journey. When I first found out that you were representing. So I followed you on Instagram to kind of see how the process was for you. So, you flew from Hawaii to Tokyo. Let's talk about the opening ceremony. I think in everybody's head, the opening ceremony is the key to every Olympic and how it all starts. It's the main event that gets everybody hyped up. It gets countries hyped up because they see their athletes walk and do the parade. I think it's always amazing that from the first time the FSM made it to the Olympics until today, to see that 4 stars flag flown and carried through the whole track, I think is a big deal for everybody. And to have somebody there every single 4 years is a big deal too. So you had the opportunity to join the opening ceremony. Before we get to the flag bearing, the opening ceremony itself, how did that feel for you as a young individual from the FSM?
It felt amazing. Everybody was just like, oh, it's not going to be the same because there's no fans. But at the end of the day, I still got to be a part of the opening ceremony and just walk for the FSM. So it was just amazing.
I mean, you talked about not having fans. There were fans. There were millions of people watching. I mean, there were thousands of FSM citizens watching and cheering for you guys as you guys walked, that track. But at the same time, you guys also showcased the 4-star flags to millions and millions of people watching NBC and the live coverage. So there were definitely fans, just not there, but there were definitely fans, people who got to see you guys alongside our island brothers and sisters walk in. And at the end of the day, we were the most talked about. The island countries who represented themselves and came out and showed pride. I think you guys being amongst the group is just a way to talk about who we are as Pacific Islanders and what we are capable of. And you guys definitely showed up and did that. So amazing. So let's talk about it. Flag barrier. So you not only went to the Olympics, you had the chance to hold the 4 stars, the Federated States of Micronesia flag. So how was that feeling?
There was too many feelings to describe. Like, I was so full of pride. Nothing, for my first Olympics, I got to hold the flag. Not many people can say that, I was just awestruck, just walking out there, waving that flag. It meant so much to me.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
All right. Thank you so much, Vic, and the One Micronesia podcast. Guys, we're going to leave you with Cover Me, but before we do...
So good luck to our friends in the FSM as we cheer them on. We cheer on Team Guam and also on KUAM TV at 10 a.m. with a repeat at 7 p.m. tonight. The U.S. again, swim action. We've got some relay events for you. And Caleb Dressel continues to just wow everybody. Katie Ledecky adds to her own substantial legend, and U.S. gymnastics in action today. That's on Channel 8.
Right on. Good job today, Sabrina.
Hee-haw.
Oh, that was weak. Can we go out with like a
Come
bit?
on.
No.
Come on. Let me say what he says.
No.
We're not ending the show until you do it.
Yep.
Hee-haw.
There you go.
How about you, Jay?
Wait, no, I need to.
Whoa.
I need the jazz hands. Like that one, Bree?
Jazz hooves.
Jazz hooves. What about you?
I feel like the tugboat.
Oh, there you go. That wasn't the sickly one.
So guys,
We almost gave the
basically,
old Yeller treatment to like Joe Sir's donkey.
we've achieved the herd immunity. Everything is wide open. There are no capacity limitations. 100% all the way. You don't have to social distance. What you do have to do is just wear your mask.
Social distance, those type of restrictions are only in school settings. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's a Delta variant out there. It's crazy, but just continue to be safe. Obviously, our governor and our public health officials feel that with the achieving of the herd immunity, which is 80% of the adult population fully vaccinated, that we can now move a lot more freely. So,
But we still have to hold the line. So if you haven't gotten vaccinated, please go out and do so. The OG Vaccination Clinic is open. You can go to Public Health Northern Regional Public Health Center. And then just keep in mind, tomorrow, I believe, is the last day for the OG Vaccination Clinic.
right. And then also keep in mind, there's just so much confusion about what vaccination truly means. Okay, the CDC has flip-flopped on their mask mandate. They're now saying that people who are vaccinated, of course, we've been telling you this all along, you can still get it, you can still give the virus. And so they're now saying that even fully vaccinated individuals should wear masks indoors in areas of high transmission. Okay?
So keep your mask on.
There you go. Guys, be safe. KUAM TV, it's been a blast.
We look forward to seeing you guys on Monday.
Okay, bye.
Bye, KUAM TV.
Bye.
And here on our Facebook Live feed, along with The Breeze, we're going to leave you with this Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King, where today is Chicken Fries Friday. Yep. You go to any Burger King location to get you a chicken fries. You say, I love, love, love chicken fries, and they're going to give you another one just like that. All right? It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Good job, Link fam.
Good job.
Good job, people of Guam.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Yep. Until Monday, hasta. Adios!
Bye.
Enjoy the Olympics.
It's okay. Now I'm gonna